Intro. Y'all ain't ready for this. The disrespect is real.
I don't give a fuck. I'll do it again. I'm not above it. I am that snake bitch.
No, it's okay. You guys are all welcome to trash Queen in the chat. We'll hold a whole panel on Queen.
I am honest to a point, but a lot of the things I talk about aren't true.
Wait, somebody not telling the truth on YouTube? Are you fucking serious? Oh my god. Oh my god.
Got a monster inside of me. You better watch out if you ignite me. The road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he grows me. And he gets claws real big, pissed off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling this war. Never getting bored, loves the blood and gore. Always wanting more freedom from the source. They don't really understand until they feel the fourth departed. If you start shit, you'll be heartless in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you left scars ripped. You'll be chewed up and discarded.
Me and my friends, we're gonna find you and we're gonna rip you apart like a wasteland.
Snakes don't get a fucking safe space. If she wants to keep it going, then we'll keep going. If she wants to stop the bullshit, then we'll stop the bullshit. But I'm not gonna fucking sit here and let anybody lie on my motherfucking name.
Bring your app. The fucking link is in the chat. That's
Oh, loose booty, wet panty looking ass boy. Replay that, Queen. Her name is Queen. It ain't really so much Queen. Queen B. Queen B. Queen B. Okay, there. Queen B. Queen B's money. Queen B ain't got no money. Queen B.
She always fucks some shit up. I don't know why PJ doesn't get his ass on a motherfucking leash and get his ass under control. Fuck.
Better than never. I can feel my heart rate, adrenaline pressure. It's stormy weather, lightning, thunder, pouring weather. Yo, I'm a go-getter. Try to do it like me, but I do it better. I got a mind that's clever. The beast inside is competitive as ever. I'm conscious, my subconscious, an accomplice to me. I promise the darkness I can honest believe. But don't cross me, I might lose control of the lost beast. He's locked away inside with the key control by fight or flight.
And I haven't brought it public. You know why? Because someone that I was fucking close to is in the middle of a goddamn lawsuit.
How do I get my hands on your soap? Because I need something to clean these titty flaps. My job is just not doing it.
Bring your asses. As simple as that. Come in. I mean, bring it. Bring your asses. Be her 550, 600 servants. Bring their asses out.
You might have started it, but I'm gonna finish it.
Absolutely. Or go to somebody else's panel. Let me just say Queen B's panel. I'm telling you, we all need to go up on Queen B's panel because that seems where everybody's going. I guess Queen B is like the god of YouTube.
Queen B Escobar, bro.
She's in China just making drugs.
You know, I run the cartel on the YouTubes. I run the cartel here. You know what I mean? Like, because that's what boss bitches do.
Exactly.
He's beefing with the Queen B because I heard the stinger sucks.
This lady Queen B with the lip ring is innocent. You two weirdos are being weird. No, I know who this is. You're the lady that was on Molly Go Lightly.
No. You have no doubt QB could hold her own with any female on YouTube. Let me tell you something we all learned a long time ago.
I would stalk her up and drag her from here to China. Let's meet one-on-one.
Writing checks their mouth can't cash. Bitch, I didn't write a check my mouth can't cash. I cash all them motherfucking checks.
And I cannot for the life of me understand why people put her on a pedestal. And these allegedly smart people put her on this pedestal like she's something important.
We got to tell you about yourself. It's your fucking overlying ass over there. Is her fucking name obnoxiously relevant?
Because she
I know, she changed it.
She meant to say obnoxious and irrelevant. That's what she meant to say.
And coincidentally, it sounds exactly like Queen Bee's voice because, as I've always thought, Queen Bee is using some sort of slight distortion on her voice when she broadcasts.
Exposed!
Queen Bee exposed!
Oh my god, exposed!
Oh my god, bitch. Did they get that Dugan?
Said they get that Dugan. That shit chronicle was shady. You better fucking shut your mouth with that. Bro, stop.
Wow. What in the hell? Someone told Queen Bee that you said it was her hacking your emails. What the hell is wrong with people?
Take your ass to bed. It's fucking past your bedtime. Go on now.
Right? Why you gotta be crying?
Motherfucker killing the vibe, bitch. Take your ass to bed. Boston, no, I'm not capping at all. I'm telling the whole truth.
Good, babe.
Anyway, guys, I'm gonna skedaddle. You know me, skedaddling away. See you
Alright.
Pumpkin. I love you too.
Alright. I despise you, Boston.
Whatever.
Good morning, beautiful.
Happy day.
Happy day, baby. We got trigger today. Gotta trigger these motherfuckers every day.
Baby Jesus showed us that, you guys. I swear to God.
I know that's right, because you just put right on that shit.
Yes, I did. Baby Jesus was like, look here.
Yeah, fuck the pause. Pause for the cause. Fuck that pause.
I'm just trying to be a better person. I know it.
Let's see here. God damn it, Duke. You hear him?
Yes, your dog is orange.
Damn it, Duke.
Girl, this tea is piping.
It's living. These motherfuckers hot.
That just burnt the roof of my mouth.
Where's Candy Sue? Where's she at? You heard that like I heard that one. Fire in the hole. Smoke him if you got him.
You're like the type of person that would probably be in the back of the class.
Fuck you, me too.
Ellie's a thug.
Right.
You don't
We're all thugs around here. Shambles. Thank you for supporting the hot biddies. Y'all wasn't ready for that, was you?
Wait, I wasn't, bitch. I was not. I wasn't even close to ready for that shit. All right, I love you, baby girl. I'm gonna jump off.
I love you too, baby doll. Yo, what's happening? What's happening? What's going on, y'all? These YouTube streets are burning down around us, y'all. First and foremost, let me say thank y'all for being here. I appreciate y'all. Oh, it's not. Let me go pin it right now. Let me go pin it right now. I know I dropped it a few times. Let me go pin this fucker. Same shit, different day. That's right. So I had to edit my stream, and I missed some of the super chats yesterday and some of the memberships, and I'm so sorry. I never do that, and I just want to tell y'all I apologize for ending it, but last night I was real irritated, so it was best I just went ahead and just shut it down. Sorry, I had to deal with Duke. Y'all know how fucking Duke is. What's up, voices? How you doing?
Good morning. I have to spend my time with my internet friends. I may or may not be grounded from the park today.
Well, I'm going to let you know hold on one second. I'm going to go pin this link. Hold on. Okay, hold on. I already did. I got it. All right, there we go. All right. Well, okay, what was you saying? Sorry, I had to fucking deal with Duke for a second. What'd you say now?
I may or may not be grounded from the park, so I have to play with my internet friends today.
Well, good. That's good. That's good to have you here anyways.
Well, I appreciate that.
Today. You don't need to be touching grass today anyways. You need to be over here with us.
Well, yeah, that's kind of what the officer told me when he said that I had to stay away. I had to go home and think about my actions. Yes. What did I do? I got tattled on for yelling at a tourist that was allowing their kid to run through the mineral terrace. And I got in trouble. So I got to be home today. No grass for me. Uh-oh. No. Didn't just yelled at somebody. Just yelled at somebody. That's all. But they took my Hot Springs hall monitor sash and sent me home. I was being the hall monitor again. Got sent home. They took my sash away. I'm gonna need another one. Anyway, how's the weather where everybody is? It's very warm here.
This full moon is fucking with everybody. I'll tell you that right now.
Oh, girl. People be wilding out over here.
Oh yeah.
Over here, I mean on the YouTube streets. That's over here.
Well, let's get this out the way here. So, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Okay. Manufactured drama. That would be Betty talking about my children and other children and how she wants them to be bullied and she wants them to be treated like she's been treated because it's just so terrible.
No, I'm not okay with this. I'm not okay with this. Your children are not on this platform. Their mama is.
Well, first of all, she shouldn't be talking about anyone's fucking children in the name of Sebastian Rogers. That's where she's supposed to be at. That's where she's supposed to be searching. And instead, she's manufacturing drama and running her fucking cockbox. That's what she's doing. So here, I'm going to go ahead and just get this lie out the way right now because she keeps claiming she's been stalked and she's been followed and this, that, and the other. Here, let's go ahead and put this on real quick here. Because it's a bold-faced ass fucking lie. Let's listen to Betty lie.
It's funny, and they don't realize that they're literally putting my life in danger. And I'm getting...
Yeah. So her life's being put in danger. But last night she was screaming, I'm safe, y'all. I'm safe, y'all. I'm safe, y'all. I'm safe. I feel safe here.
So today her life's in danger.
She's so sick and tired of people not realizing how much damage they're doing. But she's doing the damage her fucking self. I guess you failed to realize that, though, Betty, huh?
Their actions have very grave consequences. All it takes is one crazy lunatic. It just takes...
And we're watching one right now. This is fucking insanity. You are there for Sebastian Rogers. What you're doing is causing manufactured drama that you've made up. Shit you've made up. The phone call, there's still no proof of this phone call. Betty, we're calling for the proof. Where the fuck is the proof? You lie too much. You lie way too fucking much. We cannot trust what you say. We need to have proof of this. Period.
I couldn't believe this morning when she was talking about kids.
This is insane. Oh, yeah. Does not realize that she's like everything that she's out here saying could be said about her, as she's the person who left her home and drove 12 hours north to be there to insert herself. What the fuck?
Then she wants to sit here and talk shit about Clue. You drove to Clue's fucking city and state. You drove there. You went to her fucking place of residence where she lives. She takes residence there. You don't. You are not a taxpayer there. She is.
Yeah, if you think so, I buy.
Making up drama, manufacturing drama, talking shit, and running your fucking mouth. Non-fucking stop. But you want to sit here and feed your fucking audience like people are being so mean to you? It is so mean. Everybody's so mean to Betty.
Why you gotta be so mean?
Everybody's so mean to Betty. So
It's
mean to
not
Betty.
being-
She's got to threaten kids. She's so mean.
What?
It's not being mean to her. It's calling her shit out.
And
yeah. And I'm, you know what? She wants to sit here and get pissed off, talking about, well, I'm going to file an injunction. I'm going to file an injunction because she told Clue to call the cops. Yes, if you are harassing her and stalking her, I encourage her to call the police on you. I encourage anyone to call the fucking police on anyone doing the shit that you're doing. Driving to her fucking state, going to her fucking town, threatening her while you're in her fucking city. Yes, I encouraged her to do that. I will encourage anyone to do that, and I will continue to encourage her to do that. This is psycho fucking behavior if you didn't notice already.
Listen, it's not just Betty, Queen, because if any other YouTuber did this crazy stuff, we would do the same thing to encourage the person who lives in that town.
Absolutely.
Hey, right. It's not just this
and I can't wait for her to file an injunction because the judge is going to love this. The judge is going to love this. He's also going to love you talking about people's fucking kids and wishing harm on them. Oh, he's going to love this shit. So file that injunction, bitch, and make sure you file your deposition date too, because we're tired of waiting on your motherfucking ass. Why you want to sit here and talk about 70 grand? You know what, bitch? I'm going to tell you something else right now. You're the only motherfucker wasting money because the judge already dismissed your piece of shit, ass, lie, ass, bullshit, ass lawsuit that you filed. The frivolous one, you know, the one that you fucking wanted to sit here and run your mouth about for a year. Yeah, that motherfucker was dismissed. You filed another one because you're a fucking stalking ass, crazy ass person. Let's continue.
And while I understand that they're angry at me and they don't like me, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, I'm a human being and I deserve to do whatever the heck I do. I don't break the law. I don't injure anybody. I call people out on their bullshit, and that's what I do. And people can't.
No, Betty, people call you out on your bullshit and you cannot handle it. That's the problem. You get called out by all these fucking channels and you cannot handle it. You say it's me running all these channels. I don't tell Savage what to do. I don't tell anybody what to do. They call you out because you are a lying piece of shit. And that's my opinion. Period, point, fucking blank. I'm allowed to have an opinion on you.
She sits here and says that everybody is inciting the stuff on people, saying bad things about her is going to cause people to go after her. What the hell does she think is going to happen when you're sitting here calling two people a child murderer? Don't you think people are vigilantes want to go after them?
She knows exactly what it's going to cause. That's why she does it.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Make me fear for my safety, and that's not a comfortable place for anybody.
Kind of like you make other people fear for their safety. I could sit here and say, Betty, you make me fear for my safety. Right? Yesterday it was 40K. Today it's 70K. Tomorrow it'll be 100K. Who the fuck knows? Who the fuck cares? If she stopped her bullshit and the frivolous fucking lawsuit, it wouldn't be any fucking money. I wouldn't have to fucking have a goddamn PayPal link. Now would I, Betty? No, I wouldn't. You're the fucking reason why people are continuing to donate, because they see the shit you're doing. They see your little bully tactics. They see your little fucking bullshit. They watch it. They know. They see it. People are fucking smart enough to catch the fuck onto your bullshit. And anybody that's been around has already caught onto your bullshit. The new people, they will soon see.
Nobody should ever have to fear for their safety for doing a job, period. The only people that should fear for their safety doing their job is military and law enforcement. But you guys got a front row seat of what I have to deal with. And I bet you it upsets you. And I bet you a lot of people didn't realize that happened. And I bet you a lot of people thought that I was lying about a lot of stuff.
You are lying about a lot of shit. You had a mysterious phone call that still has no proof has been put out. You are a fucking liar, Betty. You are a liar. I stand on all 10 toes saying that. I stand on it, and I'll say it again. You are a fucking pathological liar.
And I stand on all my 9 toes to say it too.
You make shit up in your fucking head and believe it.
I stand on my
hoping that you guys see their actions and realize that now that it's exposed, they're still trying to do this stuff, dirty and under the radar, and they can't do it anymore because we've brought a light to it. And so now you guys get to see it front and center, what I've been dealing with for 3 years. And everybody was sitting there telling me I'm a liar, that people aren't.
Betty, that's because you are a fucking liar. People see it for themselves. People watch. They see this shit. They see what you're doing. Do you think people don't understand and watch and see what you're fucking doing? You think people are stupid? I know you do. Blank screen. Her phone did ring and answer it. She muted the stream and was talking on the phone. Right, I understand that, but it could have been the fucking front desk people. It could have been Seth. It could have been Seth being mad that we were talking shit and called her. I mean, do you think, there could have been it could have been several different things, but we don't have any proof of anything. So all I know is the phone rang. Could have, like I said, could have been the front desk calling to remind her to get her towels or get her sheets or whatever. And she made that up. She does lie. She does make a lot of shit up. So who knows? We don't know. We need proof.
And that's the worst
Stalking
part.
me. They are absolutely, and they have been stalking me for 3 solid years. You guys used to see me go out to all these events and everything.
Who's been stalking you? Put a name on it. Who's been stalking you for 3 years? Because, bitch, I ain't even known you 3 fucking years. So who's been stalking you for 3 years? Put a fucking name on it. Oh, that's right. Just like the Bill of Rights. You couldn't put a fucking name on it. You just listed a whole bunch of bullshit. None of it had anything to do with me. But anything anybody does on these streets is my fault, right, Betty? Ain't that right?
Hashtag blame Queen
Bee. All of that. Because I no longer...
Yeah, hashtag blame Queen Bee. That's exactly what the fuck it is.
And had Betty not told so many lies in the beginning and made up so much bullshit, maybe somebody might believe her if this was an actual case of her being harassed. But given that she has blamed so many people for, in her words, 3 years, you can't go off of it.
Oh, I hope she puts this one in the next court filing. That's why I'm doing it. Because we can do this all day long. I'll just start reviewing your streams, and we can put all of it in the court filings. You want to do that, Betty? Since you want to sit here and talk about how much money you're going to cost me and how much more bullshit you're going to do. Okay. Yep, it's someone new to blame every fucking week. Every fucking week.
I feel safe barely going out of my home. And, they think it's funny. And every time you go over and watch their garbage, you're supporting them doing this to me. And I just want to make sure that you guys are aware of that. Nobody should live like that. Even if you don't like me, how would you feel if somebody did that to you? Oh, and
I want y'all to start asking. I want y'all to start asking for the proof. Where's the fucking proof? Show the proof.
What is she doing to Chris and Katie right now? She is making them feel unsafe to be in their home. What is she doing to Clue? Cletus. Everybody else is right down there in Tennessee that she's been firing shots at for a fucking month.
And she's been saying since the beginning of this case that she was going to go to the Proudfoot's home and confront them, and she was going to bang on their doors, and she was talking about going to their campground. I mean, how is that not supposed to make them fear for their life?
Well, Cheesy, she said she was going to sue them and take that camper away.
That too.
That's another threat. Madam Butterfly, thank you for becoming a new member. Rosie P, thank you for becoming a new member. K9 Charlie, thank you for becoming a new member. Jen gifted 10 memberships. If y'all got one, make sure you tell her thank you. It was really sweet of you, Jen. Thank you so much. Brianna, for she said 3 years, 2 years, 20 months, 1 year, 18 months. Pick a time span, any time span. Yeah. Yeah.
And pick a person. I mean, she's blaming you for what she said JLR did.
Because it's JLR, then it's me, then it's Savage, then it's Clue. Come the
Burnt
fuck
toast.
up, person.
Yeah.
I mean, at first, if you guys recall, she sued me and Heels in the Air.
Correct.
The lawsuit was for both of us, in my opinion, to dox Heels in the Air out so that they could call her a racist. That's my opinion, and that's my opinion only.
I agree with that.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
We all sat here and watched it happen.
Mm-hmm.
They wanted everybody to hate Heels. They know I don't give a fuck, but they wanted everybody to hate Heels.
And the biggest reason why she's trying to sue everybody is she's trying to get Burnt Toast's name. That's another reason.
That's exactly why. She said she can't wait for this deposition. Guess what? I don't know Burnt Toast's name, and I don't know Blank Screen's name. Sorry the fuck for you.
I don't want to know their names.
You missed it. They stopped me while I was here. They were calling this phone just to let me know that they know where I'm at.
Where's the proof?
Tell me that's not.
Where's the fucking proof? No one called that phone from anywhere from over here because we were live. Savage was live. Clue was on her panel. I was live. So who? Who called that phone? Who? Where the fuck is the proof? Again, where the fuck is the proof? You can't just sit here, just like the judge told you. You can't just sit and say shit without having proof.
And I'm glad you were on your live.
Same thing. Go ahead, Cheesy.
I'm glad you were on your live because now she can't say that it was you calling.
I'm glad all of us were live and supporting one another in all of this. Like, I'm seriously glad that we were all together last night.
Clue was up on Savage's live. Her and Val. I was live. Y'all were up here with me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's a screenshot I'm going to show too. There's a fucking screenshot. So in her chat, while she's doing all this, somebody talks about sending pizzas to Chris Proudfoots. And she goes, oh, go ahead. I don't care what you guys do at this point. Wonder who that was to.
And I'm sorry. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry if you called her. I'm sorry, but you have a very distinct voice. She'd have known it was you. You know?
Oh, hell yeah. She knows my voice. She knows my fucking voice. And she would have known if that was me on the other end of the phone. Stop playing with me. And then you want to turn around. So first of all, you want to make up this phone call the police, make a report. And then you want to get on here and blame me, Savage, and Clue, but you don't want Clue to call and make a police report or call and talk to the police about the report you just made on her? Are you fucking serious right now? Fuck out of here with that dumbass shit.
Creepy.
You're creepy.
Tell me that's not
This
creepy.
is creepy.
It's illegal as shit. So you got these people on here that say that that I'm breaking the law while they're breaking the law. I just want to put that out there.
Who said she was breaking the law? Who said she was breaking the fucking law? Nobody.
I can't answer that because as far as I know, nobody has said that she is breaking the law. What we have said is that she's violating victims' rights. That's not exactly breaking the law. That's a violation of one's rights.
That's just you're a shit person. That's it. That's all. That's not breaking the law. Show me where somebody told her she was breaking the law. Then I'll believe this. These are the fucking lies that she makes up. Again, show me where anybody told her she was breaking the law by going down there.
You do realize that she said this about every case when she's traveled, that she says, oh, they say I'm breaking the law. She does say that about every place.
It's a go-to. Yep, that's one of her go-tos. Yep.
Well, what we say is there should be a law against the crap she does.
You're right. We do say that, but she also says that we say that she's breaking laws. I mean, that's been her standard go-to since they traveled to Summer Wells, to Gabby Petito, to Kylan and Crystal, to Idaho. It's always, well, they say I'm breaking laws. No.
Right.
No.
Well, she blames SF Investigates for hacking her Venmo, but then she turns around and blames JLR and then says JLR hacked her Instacart. Whatever the fuck Instacart shit is that she uses. I don't even know what the fuck she uses, but whatever the fuck it is she uses, some kind of Instacart shit. Supposedly.
What is Instacart?
I don't fucking know, but something she uses and she's mad because she's saying the JLR hacked into some part of her fucking Instacart shit. Whatever the
Instacart is a grocery delivery thing. Kind of like DoorDash, but it's groceries.
Well, if they were in a relationship together and she eats crazy, like unhealthy things, maybe he was just trying to get her healthy groceries.
Oh, it's a shopping app. Okay, here we go. Moving on.
They're literally breaking the law, committing a felony. Cyber stalking is a felony in all of our 50
Nobody's
states.
cyber stalking you, Betty.
All of our 50 states. And you guys are supporting people stalking. What does stalking look like? It's following somebody around, wanting to call their mechanic, wanting to blast their mechanic, wanting to sit.
I don't see anybody following her around. Not a motherfucking person one. And she's got her camera on at all times. She can definitely show it. Just like when she tried to say Aileen hit her and didn't have proof of that either. Like I said, Betty, where's the proof? That's just show the proof. There ain't no arguing. There ain't no going back and forth. All you got to do is pop the fucking proof. Where's it at? Where's it at? You record everything.
How the fuck can you cyber stalk somebody who's on a public platform and doing public lives?
No, what she's doing to the Proudfoots is cyber stalking. Having cameras on their camper, having people check out their job. That's cyber stalking.
Well, showing up at their house, driving past their house at 3 a.m., taking videos and shit. That's stalking.
Yeah.
taunting them, talking shit to them, continuing to talk shit to them, insinuating that they killed their child. Yeah. Yeah. I'd say that's fucking stalking.
There and put all of their personal business. I'm a private citizen. I'm no different than each and every one.
Oh, no, you're not. You've said multiple times that you are a public figure. So you can't be a public figure and a private citizen at the same time, bitch. Don't work like that.
These
Does not work
families
that
are
way.
private citizens. They're only thrust into the public eye because they're going through the darkest time of their life. You, however, have said that you're worldwide. You're not private anymore. You declared that you were a public figure, not us. You declared it, sister. You got problems, not us. One doesn't get to say you're a public figure and then when it suits you, you become a private citizen. Those two things don't go hand in hand. It just doesn't happen that way. Sorry.
That picture of Katie in the restaurant with the kid, that's cyber stalking, in my opinion.
Yes, anytime that you're using the internet to help surveil somebody or putting out the items of surveillance, that is the definition of cyber stalking. So on a technicality, in my opinion, every time she fires up a live and she speaks poorly of Chris and Katie or announces the things that she has people that are doing to watch Chris and Katie, that is a form of cyber stalking, in my opinion, by the definition that I understand cyber stalking to be. And we're going to go outside and have a cigarette right now because this is fucking wild. She's a private citizen. She's not a public figure. How does this, can anybody tell us?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, what do we hate worse? The worst is somebody that hurts children. And she's sitting here, saying Chris and Katie hurt a child. So that's making people angry at them, angry enough to hurt them.
Oh, I agree. It's a dog whistle right there to get people to do the dirty work that she feels it would be the justice that they deserve. Right.
Right.
And I'm not okay with that. Like, this person says that she's all about our Constitution and our amendment and the justice process and all of that. But this woman is going out here and acting like the people's court and taking justice into their own hands.
Yep. Well, that's what she's always said, that they're guilty until proven innocent. Well, that's not the way the Constitution was written. They're innocent until proven guilty.
Did she get up this morning and put that pink vest on so that then she could sit in a hotel room and whine about all the things that may or may not have happened? Because what is rule number one? We need to see receipts. So if you're out here claiming this, ma'am, we're going to need to see some receipts or some proof. Given that you're always live and you film everything, can you please show us all of this said proof that you have, that you're accusing multiple people of harassing you on your trip?
Yeah, she put that vest on because she went out to their house at like 3 a.m.
Nothing.
Yeah,
like
that's what I heard. I heard that today at like fucking 8 o'clock this morning or whatever, that supposedly she was at their house at 3 o'clock in the morning or some crazy fucking shit.
Nothing like announcing your presence to the cameras that are all on that street, right?
Mm-hmm.
Fucking crazy, man.
She's back out there again.
How would you like your neighbor going through there? Oh, and by the way, you guys this is what I was going to say to you guys. We're going to be going, if the drama doesn't stop, you might want to start subbing up or becoming a member, because.
Oh, nice. Nice. What? Nice. Here she goes. Let's see.
And there it is.
Oh, there it is.
And here's the grift. Here it is.
Until this stuff dies down, while I'm out here, I'm going to put this in members only. If we keep getting people coming in here,
I knew it.
And disrupting the chat. So, and I'm sorry for each and every one of you that come here and love to communicate and not be and watch this program for free. And you guys are more than welcome to watch it for free. But
more than welcome to watch it for free, but you better sign up as a member. You better sign up as a member. Because, people like to manufacture fucking drama and then they want to charge you for it. They want to charge you to watch it and listen to it. Let me turn this fucking music up a little bit. Because I can't with this fucking bullshit.
If we keep having trolls come in here, it's going to be a members only to comment. Because I'm getting to the point where I love you all here that come here to learn. But at this point, if they're going to keep coming in here and disrupting the show.
Somebody got jokes today.
Oh, I've got to put a stop to it.
Now she's
and the only way I can put a stop to it is make it members only to respond and reply. I'm working very hard not to have to do that. And I just want to let you guys know. But there's only so much crap.
What's this comment say? Money, 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 money. Money. But you want to sit here and talk about my fucking PayPal fund, right? You want to sit here, and I only got a PayPal fund because you filed a frivolous lawsuit. And even when it got dismissed, you decided to file another one. So you are the reason why I have a PayPal fund, Betty.
Right. It's not like you just suddenly one day said, oh, hey, I think I want to start a PayPal fund because, I could use some more money. No, it was as a direct result of being filed, a lawsuit filed against
right.
you.
Hold on. Keep it moving. Said she was dropping links to her PayPal using Sebastian's crowdfunding links. You are not Sebastian, Betty. I hope Seth knows this, but I'm sure, you know what, with him being in the chat yesterday, he knows all this. You can't tell me. You know what? I'll save that.
What to deal with in my chat moving forward. I want this stuff to stop. I don't want any part of the drama. They will not leave me alone. They stalk me everywhere. They follow me everywhere. They do everything they can to incite and trigger me for content.
Yet you are the one who went there. You publicly announced it. You announced it publicly on your YouTube channel, which is public for everyone. You announced it publicly that you were going to be staying at this hotel and driving by their house. You've announced everything that you were going to do. So no one, first of all, has stalked you. Secondly, no one's following you. And yes, he's a mod for her now, Firefly. Isn't that convenient?
Listen, she announced everything like this was a travel trip with a public itinerary.
Exactly. So you can't sit here and blurt out all your shit and then say people are following you and stalking you. Fuck out of here. This right here is fucking. This is pure insanity.
Queen, it's like when she put her address online and challenged people to come over there. And then she got pissed because
the phone rings with no fucking proof, and boom, she comes back like a bat out of hell and causes a bunch of shit. No, you're the one that caused this, not anybody else.
Out here trying to get some answers. I'm not bothering anybody. I haven't knocked on any door. I damn sure haven't picked up a phone and ever reached out to anybody associated with the case. They've all called me. But these people are relentless.
They have all called me. Who? Who is they? Who has called you, Betty? Who?
I have never called her. I've never
spoken to her. Never. Not one day. I've never spoken to her. Ever. Not once. Me and Betty have never fucking had words. We've never spoken to each other. Can you believe that, y'all?
That is
We've never spoken to each other. We've exchanged one email one time over a Quinn Simon when she was out yelling at the police. I had a fucking clip of it, and she tried to tell me she was going to do a 7-day takedown.
Wow. And she's a damn liar saying she hasn't reached out to anybody in this case. What about that call she made to Chris?
What about her having steps for a mod? She's obviously reached out to
you want to sit here and say Clue's doing work for Chris Proudfoot. Well, okay, so are you doing work for Seth? I'm asking you a question. Are you working for Seth? Are you doing work for him? It's a question that needs an answer. Let's roll.
Reaching out to people. While they say that that's what we do. They're all lies. It's all smoke and mirrors. Everything that they said we were doing, they are doing. And if you support it, unsubscribe from me because I'm not going to have people stalking me. And you,
Betty, people watched it for themselves. They all seen it. Everybody watched it last night. Everybody was here. Everybody seen it. You think people are fucking stupid? They're not.
People cannot stalk you when you are a public figure on a public live stream announcing everything you're doing like you are a tour guide for the state of fucking Tennessee.
This is deja vu.
No, this is deja poo. Same shit. It's happened again.
You guys supporting it. Period.
Only she's by herself this time. Not
you either
with her little
unsubscribe
team
from them
of
or
cronies.
unsubscribe from me. Seriously.
Money making circus. And then Justin got in her ass too. I'm sure. I'm sure y'all heard about it though.
No.
I don't want any association with them. I don't. And that's just how I'm going to roll because I can. This is my channel. It's a privilege to be in my chat. It's a privilege to run along with this. I spend thousands of dollars a year to do this shit. If you guys want to participate, participate. But I'm done with the BS.
Wait,
I don't have to put up with the abuse anymore.
Wait, what?
$1,000 a year?
She said she spends thousands of dollars a year. What? Okay.
So that's how we roll. But again, I don't want to have to put it in members only, but I will. And it'll make me more money and it'll help pay for more of the costs.
Bingo!
And it sucks that we have to do that. But
she'll put it on members only because it'll make her more money. Right there. She'll tell you herself. You just have to listen.
Rift identified.
You just have to listen.
You can blame your local Roach channel for that. And it really doesn't matter to me because I'm going to do what I'm going to do, whether you guys are here or not.
We know.
You know? So, and we did it before you guys were here. Just FYI, that's how we got our name, right? Because we were out here.
See, she's telling them right now. To the new subscribers, anybody that's new, you better listen up because she's telling you herself right here.
It's just like last time.
This is what they did before.
It's just like last time when she was in or tried to get to Tennessee and her car broke down and she said, we have to make it to Tennessee or the bank account's going to be zero.
Yep.
Yeah.
There's clips everywhere.
You're breaking our backs doing this shit before we ever got recognition. It's funny how that happens. So we did get a lay of the land. I did get some good footage out.
It's real fucking funny.
Here, I did get some clarification for myself mentally about, what.
So what's the timestamp when she starts talking her shit about my fucking kids? What timestamp is that? Does anybody got the timestamp for it?
Associated with keep stalking me. The mix. She just pray to God. More activity on this is necessary for a case like this. I realized that make me wonder. It just stuff, and it was happened right of Chris not. But we do this every Sunday with him. What their strength supported that being true. Fine. My nose is driving me. We're out here. I don't care if they follow me at this point. I mean, I don't want people to be staying someplace else. And make that very, very clear. Well, please don't do this. All they care about is their clicks and their views, and getting and thinking that this is funny, putting an innocent person.
Yeah. Cause you're the one out there you're the one out there on your camera riding around somebody else's fucking neighborhood and inserting yourself in this case and riding around the neighborhood on a live stream. But we want clicks and views. Are you joking me?
Timestamp is 47 minutes where she starts it. Blank screen said.
Oh, conveniently, we're right here at 47:40. So here we go.
Life in danger is some type of comedy or whatever. I think it's and they're laughing. I think it's disgusting. I hope it happens. At this point, I don't care if it gives me a bad juju or bad vibe or it makes me look bad. But I hope everything that they're giving me, I hope their children. I don't want them to go through it. I want somebody that they love to go through it. I absolutely.
You are a garbage ass piece of shit. To bring any children into this while you're supposed to be there searching for a missing child, you are fucking sick in your head.
I hope her car breaks down again.
No, I don't hope shit happens to her. You know what? You are sick as fuck.
Oh, yeah, she just bought a whole bunch of bad karma herself. So
sure the fuck you did. You don't care if it brings bad juju? Go ahead. Go ahead. Mm-hmm. That's on you. This shit right here is on you, Betty. You're searching for a missing child and you're out here speaking like this.
I think it's disgusting. I hope it happens. At this point, I don't care if it gives me a bad juju or bad vibe or it makes me look bad, but I hope everything that they're giving me, I hope their children. I don't want them to go through it. I want somebody that they love to go through it.
And in my opinion, 90% of the shit you are talking about is made up in your own fucking head. That's the sickest part about it, because ain't nobody fucking with you. Nobody gives a fuck enough to fuck with you. No one's stalking you. Nobody's fucking calling you. No one's doing shit to you. Where's the proof? We ain't seen not a fucking iota, not a fucking single piece of proof. Nothing. Like the judge told you. Just because you say it does not make it true. You have to show proof, Betty. You have to show receipts. Receipts or it didn't happen.
Absolutely hope that somebody that they love go through exactly what I'm going through. And maybe when they sit there and watch somebody else struggle with it, maybe they will realize how detrimental their actions were. But I don't even wish it upon them. I wish it upon the people they love. That's what I wish. And pray for them. I'm going to actually pray for that. And people may say that's sacrilegious. I'm an eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. God knows that. My preacher knows that. My church knows that. My people know that. And I pray to God that they get everything. And I don't want it to them. I want it to somebody they love. I want their children, their grandchildren. That's where I want it to happen.
Oh my God.
That's a woman of God right there, huh?
That's what I was just thinking. Wow. Look at her
And
face.
I have prayed to God that they get everything. And I want it to them. I want it to somebody they love. I want their children, their grandchildren. That's where I want it to happen. That's where I want it to happen. And when they see that, they can hear me resonating in the back of their ear because they watch the show. And all I'm going to simply say is that's karma.
Your own words show the truth.
Wow.
Very telling, huh? Very fucking telling.
Dude, she's like, okay, so when all of this stuff happened with Molly.
And then she wonders why people unsubscribe and why people, you know what I'm saying, don't fuck with her, or people stop supporting. This right here, it's the shit out of her own goddamn mouth.
Right. But we're the criminals.
She has downslid so far from where she came on this platform. I didn't think there was a lower underground garage of crazy, but this is wild. In my opinion, you guys, when I acted like this, you guys all told me I needed to get offline.
Yep.
Yeah, because that's what when somebody, you know, can see it, you know what I'm saying? They say, you know, it's time for you to get off. You need to log off for a little while and take a breather.
Yes, and you
really
guys have
affecting you. You know what I mean? When you have friends that you care about, that love you, you know what I'm saying? You know, or you know what I'm saying? You think you have friends that care about you and love you, and they fucking don't. They let you fly off the fucking handle and do whatever.
Look at all the nasty shit JLR has done to people in this community. None of us wished him ill will when he was in the hospital. We wished him well, that he would get better.
This right here is disgusting.
That is
you just don't do that.
And you deserve every bit of it. And it's such a shame that you allowed that to happen to your child because you wanted to do that to somebody else. I'm just saying. Well, you know, maybe their children will get bullied and they can see what they've done. You know, I don't know. And they can drag this. I don't really care. Put me on every single hate channel. Oh my gosh, she wants bad things to happen to children. Hey, you know what? You guys are raising them, not me. You're raising them, and you're raising them to show them hate. And I really don't care. I don't care. You know, to each their own. Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. I hope that what they're doing to me happens to somebody that they love. I said I wouldn't wish this on my worst enemy. Yeah, I do. I do now. I do now.
No, you don't wish it on their worst enemy. You wish it on their kids, because that's the kind of sick fuck you are, right?
And their grandkids.
And you know what? I'll be in church. I'll be in church later today, and I'll be just fine with that, right? I won't be there. I won't be able to be there all the time, but I'm gonna pop in. I'll be listening while I'm driving. I'll tell you that. But it doesn't even matter. It doesn't change my faith. It doesn't change anything. I still wish that they have to deal with what they put me through. See how I roll?
You mean the made up bullshit or the lies? Which what? Because we still haven't seen any proof of anything you've been through. Again, like the judge said, just because you say it, Betty, doesn't make it true.
Barbaric like that. Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. So, just saying.
That is her justification she's using for acting like this. Eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Like, and do you realize that an eye for an eye leaves the world blind and no teeth? Like, that's what happens when you go eye for eye, tooth for tooth. We're all going to be blind. We're all not going to have teeth. What is your problem, woman?
You're searching for a missing child. And come out here and say this about people's kids that you swear up and down have done things to you that have never done anything to you.
And calls herself a child advocate. It's some child advocate, ain't it?
Queen, I'm really sorry that she's doing this to you. This is not... You didn't do anything to deserve an ounce of what she's sending at you.
No.
Clue didn't deserve anything. Savage didn't deserve anything. And I am so sorry that she is doing this. This is so...
Hey, so you ain't got to be so shit. This is what she does. This is what it is. I mean, we've been
dealing
with this for how long now?
Girl, it doesn't make it any... It doesn't
it's
make
the
it
new
any
people
better.
that's the new ones that don't see it. It's the new ones that have to, you know...
Well, some people figure it out. You know, like I've had a couple people in my comment section saying that they used to subscribe to her and they just couldn't anymore because of what she does, what they saw. So some people do. It is working what we do. Some people are seeing what she's doing. So not everybody, but there are a few people.
I agree, Nana Tiddler. This is sick and twisted. It is sick and twisted. That's...
Yes. And an eye for an eye is not wishing ill on somebody's child or grandchildren. That's what you think that person should be punished for what they did. Not they should be punished, not their kids, not their family. I mean, not that that's right either, but I'm just saying.
Catherine, you're exactly right. This is another reason why this lawsuit is so important.
Right.
Because of the countersuit, it can help to prevent her from doing it to others. You're exactly right in that, Catherine.
And that's what I've been saying when I post her link, the lawsuit link. It's like you're not, even if you don't like Queen Bee, you're not just helping her, you're helping all the creators that this could be happening to in the future. This is just the start, what she's doing with Queen Bee. But maybe if Queen Bee knocks her down a few notches, maybe she won't do this or be so quick to do this to the next person. So your favorite, even if you don't like Queen Bee, your favorite creator could be affected by her eventually.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's just, it could easily roll to the next person, to the next person. And at this point, this person, it shows that she takes targets of people who have a large following, in my opinion.
Yep.
She did it with Crude. She's done it with Queen. And it's only a matter of time before she picks somebody else.
Oh, I totally believe that, because Sonia knows about my channel because she's made a video with me in it, my channel in it. So I know Bullhorn Betty knows about my channel, but I just have a little piddly channel. So she's not going to go after me, you know. But yeah, it's the bigger creator she wants to go after because she thinks she's going to have this big payday too. Sorry, Charlie. And the thing is she's not the one forking out all the money, because all she's got to do is pay to file the lawsuit, because she's doing it all pro se. So it's the people that get an attorney to fight her that have to pay out the nose.
She knows that. She said it when she was sitting at Quentin Simon's. She said she knows it costs starting out 10 grand and up. She knows exactly what it costs. What's up, B Tim?
Hey, what's up?
What's happening?
Hi, B Tim.
We're talking about apparently I've heard about Betty. Apparently the cops now know that they're aware of her, and then she suddenly stops her.
She said she called him last night.
No, I'm saying like right now, today, the cops are aware of her, and then suddenly she shut off her live stream.
Oh.
I didn't even know she was live, to be honest. I had no idea she was even live.
Yeah.
That must have been her last stream she was doing while we were going live here.
She said she's going to go dark. Okay, do whatever the fuck it is you think you need to do. Nobody cares what you do.
Yeah. Like, honestly, this woman is just really kind of told on herself. She kind of destroyed her case last night as well, even further, kind of be destroyed. She's like, I got a bigger platform and I make a lot of money. It's like, okay, then you just said that you said you lost money and you lied on your paperwork.
And she said I kept her from growing her platform.
And her platform got bigger, so I don't know how that's going to be explained.
She jumped on this case.
And then she states the dumbest line is, I'm gonna file an emergency injunction, which, by the way, Betty, that only applies if the judge decides if you have a winnable case, like your case is so overwhelming that the judge is like, you win, but your case is not even filed, it's not even accepted yet, so you can't do an emergency injunction.
Well, the first one was dismissed.
But let me complete it. The problem is that you basically self-snitched and said, I'm doing this to cost her money on a live stream, which that basically is exactly, you just said those words. I'm going to do this emergency injunction to cost her money. You said that on a live stream. That was a very, very dumb thing to say. A very, very dumb thing to say. And you're going to see why it's going to be dumb. Sure,
we appreciate the fact that you said it.
Yes, Deborah Sigler. She asked everyone to unsubscribe to Queen Bee on her live stream this morning. Is that against YouTube terms of service? Yeah, it is. But you know what? I really don't care. I'm not about numbers. I don't give a fuck. If people don't want to be here, I would rather them unsubscribe and go watch somebody that they enjoy watching.
Right.
I'm not going to waste my time watching somebody I can't stand. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I don't even hate watch people. I don't give a fuck.
Wait a minute.
On with my own shit.
Wait a minute. Isn't that tortious interference when she tells someone to unsubscribe? Holy fuck.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Actually, you know what? That is actually.
It is tortious interference into a business. Yes, that is. That's some really.
I mean, if you want to continue, Betty, keep on talking. But this is why lawyers tell you to shut the fuck up when you're in the middle of a litigation, because. And also, by the way, those people who are sending you clips and stuff like that, they're going to ask for like the metadata. And like, if you have people writing up scripts and information for you, you're going to have to supply those names of those people if you have them. Good luck with that.
Well, okay. She said she can't wait for the deposition. Well, I mean, go ahead and get it done. File it. We're ready. I mean, make the appointment. We're ready. She's not here. Hold on. Brianna says she's not dispersing the hatred between the case and the next. She's never she's never returning to baseline. That's why she'd get so much worse so fast now. She's a ball of hatred rolling downhill.
Yeah, and it's hilarious that this person is claiming that she's being stalked. Meanwhile, she's taking pictures of a mother of a missing kid's house and like going through their house and everything, and also going around Chris's work and his house. And she's saying that she's being stalked while going into another state to do this. And it's like, ma'am, this is wackadoo. That's a wackadoo.
I can tell by the trolls coming in here, which is why it's set to 5 minutes. I can tell by the things that they were saying in here. In my opinion, that's rapper.
Oh yeah. BHB's best friend, by the way, who she
I heard he was in the chat. I heard her saying hi to him in the chat.
Hi, rapper. You know, suddenly disgusting things are being said about Sebastian Rogers' private part. I wonder who that is.
She called Sebastian defective, PFox said.
Yeah, she also said she's hoping to find a part.
Why would she say that? For what?
I don't know.
Well, what she said, the way it was stated was, now Chris can spend the summer with his non-defective child.
Well, that was
to my Lou. You're wrong. That is not Michelle. That's not. Let me delete that because that is not true.
Yeah.
It's in reference to Faith being there. They have said that Chris can now spend the summer with his non-defective child, which is fucking gross and disgusting.
That's terrible.
I would say something like that. That shows me right there that she is judging.
You know what's scary is somebody's walking around stalking them and taking pictures of Katie and Chris, and Katie eating and with Chris's daughter and her, you know what I mean, her stepdaughter and the friend and another child. That's gross. That is so gross.
In my opinion, you're putting Chris's other child in jeopardy. You're putting Katie in jeopardy. You are, by posting pictures, by stalking them, that shows intent. You followed them into a restaurant.
And like, what gets to me and what gets me really, really annoyed is you got Seth in the chat chatting it up while his ex-wife is being fucking stalked by a YouTuber. Like, what?
I just thought of something. Listen, if a celebrity who's a public figure had somebody that kept showing up everywhere they were and taking pictures, that celebrity would be able to get an order of stalking, an order of protection against that person. These are private people that y'all are saying are public figures. They should be able to get that to stop, right?
But, we'll see. But like, I'm just saying, like, Seth Rogers, you are completely ridiculous. You talk about how bad your ex-wife is. You talk about how bad everything is. And then you literally in the chat with someone who's fucking harassing her. It's really disgusting. And I want to point that out, Seth Rogers. Your behavior is abhorrent and disgusting. You are supporting a person who is fucking with the mother of your child, your missing child. And you're fucking with like this whole group of people. Your actions are disgusting. And I don't understand any other way to say it. It is fucking disgusting. If I saw someone trying to stalk you, I wouldn't be in the chat chatting it out with people saying, hey, let's follow Seth. Like, and that's sarcasm, by the way, just in case that gets recorded. That's like, I wouldn't be chatting it up and be happy. I'd be like, no, that's wrong. No one should be stalking Seth. He is the father of a missing child, even though I disagree with his stupidity and his arrogance. But still, you're chatting it up and you're chilling with this lady. And you're going to meet her up? And so you can, it's fucking ridiculous. That is so fucking horrible. Horrible that you've done that. And honestly, sir, you have gone too far. You have gone way too far. You hire this idiot fucking Tony Mathis, who is the worst PR person I have ever seen in my entire life. Makes the Valdez spilled person, PR person, look like a fucking genius. Okay? Then this guy goes on his platform under Sebastian Rogers' name to dox and fuck with YouTubers that are criticizing him for his stupidity. And then you're in a chat chatting it up and supporting a lady that is literally driving around the front of the house talking about, oh, can I go into the backyard? Is it illegal? I mean, it's just really fucked up. It's really fucked up. And I don't know why no one sees this. It's like something really terrible.
Because they don't want to see it. They want to see they want the witch hunt. They want the kill the beast moment, right? The villagers all want to go have the bad guy, and we have one person that has a large social media following that is passing out the torches and the pitchforks and leading the witch hunt because she deems these people guilty, and she's not law enforcement. Like, that is the dangerous part of this, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Like,
And it's so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. No one sees this. And you got News Nation that's just ignoring this. I mean, I can't believe News Nation, one of the questions that Banfield asked is like, is it true that you are literally on TikTok getting into fights with YouTubers and you actually showed this picture? Like, I can't imagine Banfield did not know about that TikTok video. I just can't imagine. And she decides to give this guy like legitimacy on her platform. Like, I would probably tell Seth, no, I'm not going to let you on with this clown next to me. I'm sorry. I've had enough clowns in my life. I had to go to CrimeCon and have Dolly Vision near me. That was bad enough. But Tony Mathis might be a step too far. You know what I mean? That might be a little too much. Who knows? But, like, it's so ridiculous. And I'm just tired of it. And I'm tired of people just sitting here thinking this is an appropriate action. You know, I saw Brittany J defending Seth Rogers earlier. I'm like, ma'am, this man was in a chat while 3 YouTubers were being doxxed and fucked with. And then falsely fucked with last night.
Well, Tim, you've got to understand that the only reason that was happening was because yesterday or 2 days ago was YouTube payday, and she's working to get that money in the bank for next month. And by kissing Seth's ass, it brings her financial rewards. So
absolutely,
she's not going to
got to
stop
get. He's got to get to New York for Trump on what, the 9th?
Yeah, and please.
That's two different people. We were talking about Brittany J versus.
Oh, I'm sorry. Pardon me.
That's okay. That's okay.
Yeah, we're talking about Brittany J. I don't know, man. And then she's gonna go to New York. Get the fuck. I mean, like, she's not gonna like New York. Let me tell you something. She doesn't like it. It's not a place for you.
No, beat Tim. Betty's going to New York for the.
No, I'm talking about Betty. Betty's not gonna like New York, especially in the summer where it's like 100 degrees here. Subway systems. They actually charge you tolls for every place here, and to eat a lunch here is about $25. So enjoy. You're going to be really enjoying yourself at the Trump rally in New York City. Fantastic. I suggest, Betty, you should visit the Bronx maybe at like 3 a.m. I suggest you visit maybe Grand Concourse and make sure you go out walking around at that time. I suggest you do that. It's a great location. Very fantastic tourist spot.
Good place to protest. Real good place to protest.
Fantastic.
They would appreciate your protesting down there.
I think they would.
Especially pull out your bullhorn in the Bronx. You'll see what happens. I'm sure it will end. I'm sure they'll all join and
they'll make lots of friends. Lots of friends.
Well, they're going to all come out and join your movement. I think
they will go
around you.
People like this is the problem with Betty. It's like you're messing with people who are law-abiding citizens, but you go to a place that is not like a law-abiding citizen, like there in the Bronx or parts of Brooklyn and Queens. Good luck, because they don't give a fuck. They will come out.
Driving down there to so you drive down there to where Clue lives. Do you know if I drove down there, she would have a shit fit? Do you know? I mean,
oh yeah,
Lord. But you drive to where Clue lives, and then you want to start throwing after you've already dogged her ass the fuck out, trying to cuss her ass out, call her every name in the book, talk shit to her.
Well, look at how she acted when she thought somebody was outside her house, and it ended up being her neighbor and their boyfriend dropping her neighbor off or whatever it was. And she thought it was somebody outside of her house. Look at how she acted and called the cops. Can you imagine if somebody really did?
I mean, and that's the crazy thing. This woman does this to people. She goes in front of their houses. She talks about her right. No one's going to stop my right for transporting and doing all this stuff. And it's like, ma'am, you ignore other people's rights. That's your problem. You ignore other people's rights to freedom of speech, to freedom of criticism, to freedom to travel around this country. You're doing harassment, in my opinion, and it's all fucked up. We're going to look at this guy.
We're going to finish this yesterday because it got rudely interrupted.
Yeah, I know. I can't, after last night with Seth, I'm so annoyed with this guy. This guy is like a complete garbage move this man has done. And honestly, he is using Betty, in my opinion, to go against and go after his ex-wife. And to me, that should be looked at as horrible.
I agree.
Well, I mean, she did accuse Clue, and so she texted what she sent a message to Chris and said to tell Clue to stop. So that would be the same as Clue messaging Seth and saying, tell Betty to stop.
Yeah.
So anyhow, we got to him talking about his wedding day because that's exactly what that's all he talked about for the first, well, whatever, 10 minutes, I'm guessing 15 minutes of this interview. Even so much as teared up talking about it.
I spoke to him, and it's like, it's not permanent. It's just a little setback. Not to mention, literally turned around and was like, he did a great job. Katie was like, and he didn't damage anything, so it was even better, you know. But Sebastian's always liked to learn new things that interest him. If it doesn't interest him, pulling teeth from a gator. If it interests him, then he's right down the gator's mouth. Like, you know, he's never been one to skirt at learning something new. As long as, again, and with most people, it has to be enjoyable for them, or that you got to want to learn it. Otherwise, you know, there's no will. Where there's a will, there's a way. And Sebastian is definitely one of those that will trudge the way.
And so what are Sebastian's sort of top interests? He likes to do that. In other words, things he really enjoys doing.
Besides playing video games?
Yeah.
I do know that he likes to cook. I know that he does enjoy, you know, he really likes his Legos. He loves building things. He's got several containers of Legos. You know, he likes to do that sort of stuff. He loves to build. He likes to cook. He likes playing video games. He did like doing the heavy equipment. We would go fishing, and touching the fish is kind of icky at times for him. But that goes back to the fact that he doesn't like to have his fingers dirty. He doesn't like his hands dirty. But it just...
Well, it's good he's talking about Sebastian finally, you know?
There's some...
It's like with him doing...
Okay, listen. I appreciate that he's talking about him, but it's the way it started off. He doesn't seem to act like he knows him even in the last 6 months, in my opinion. That was just something, maybe it's just the wording that he uses. Well, I do know. It just doesn't seem like he really knew his son.
Well, we've said that with
Minecraft
past
and
interviews too.
telling him that, hey, I needed you to do online schooling, you know. And he didn't want to, but I spoke to him, and it's like, it's not permanent. It's just a little setback. Not to mention, it will open plenty of doors. You like Minecraft and the system that they have up here for their online schooling, it opens up college courses at Austin P, where they teach them how to do data programming and things using Roblox and Minecraft. So it's not like...
Right there. He didn't want to. He did not want to do homeschooling. He did not want to go there.
What was the one thing that we heard in the very beginning? What was the one thing that he wanted? Friends.
Yep.
He was going to lose his social connection. The one thing that helps him become part of society, because that's where we first learn to assimilate, right? It's where we first learn to get along, all the stuff, all the things. That's part of why that's part of the school.
That's why it's not out of the realm that for him to want to run away or to confide in somebody, and they take advantage of him.
I agree.
It's going to be a dead, you're sitting at the table all day long, his God brothers in it. He does the online schooling, so he's going to have somebody that was going to be there with him. And I wanted him to get his therapy, so that way he could start correcting his own behavior through therapy and everything else, so he could see where he needed to change.
So a couple points. You're talking about, so in the summer, you were supposed to take full-time custody of him. Is that right? And then he was going to do online schooling. Make sure I've got that right.
Yes. At the end of this school year, he was supposed to come up here. I'd have him for the summer, and I already have him enrolled in school, because you have to start the process for up here for enrolling in online school at the beginning of the year, because there's such a wait list.
And Katie and Chris were fine with that. Oops, sorry. You okay? And Katie and Chris were on board with this plan.
Yes.
And that was supposed to happen June 1st, the end of May, something
Whenever
like that.
Whenever the school at Beach Academy was over.
And so it sounds like Sebastian may have been, like everybody is whenever there's change, a little bit apprehensive about online schooling. Did he have friends he didn't want to leave at his other school?
We really didn't discuss that. One of the things that
we really didn't discuss that, because why the fuck would it matter?
Well,
he's one of those parents. We didn't discuss that, because why does it matter? It doesn't matter.
We had a conversation, but the conversation was me telling him you're going to do online school, right?
Yeah, that's why I said, in my opinion, it's not far-fetched to me that he walked off or got taken advantage of by talking to one of his friends online that he thought was a friend when it was really someone else, or some, you know what I mean?
I agree.
Why would you? I mean, I'm completely against online schools, and this is why. There's important social. You have to learn how to socialize with people. It is a very important. Yeah, and it's very, very important. And I believe when you put people online only, where they don't leave their house, where they don't have interactions with different people, what they agree with or disagree with, you get a lot of problems in the future, forming relationships, dating, understanding the social cues from people and stuff like that. And this is a kid that needs that social interaction to learn. And what he's doing is he's basically removing that educational purpose of socializing with other students and other kids. And that is detrimental, in my opinion. And that's why a lot of people have issues today, because there's a lot of people just go online. They don't go out and socialize. They don't deal with that. You know what I mean?
I fully agree, B. Tim, and I'm sorry, but how is your godbrother going to be in school with you on an online school?
Yeah.
I mean, like, your classroom is your home. It's not like you're leaving house.
Yeah. I think classrooms are very important to just learn those social cues, to be honest with you. Because you got to realize, if Sebastian Rogers is going to go into the workforce when he grows up, he's going to have to deal with people he agrees with or disagrees with. He's going to have to realize what is the social cue. And what you kind of learn that while you're in the classroom. You're kind of in the classroom, you're working with other students.
Okay, so think back to what Chris and Katie said, was that, he had some struggles, that he was, he could be a little bit of a space invader. Those are all beneficial things that kids learn from classroom environment.
No, Stephen.
Social cues for your spaces and all of that. Oh boy.
Stephen Venture says, I disagree with you, B. Tim, because a lot of people is online college. College is different because you're grown up already. You've already learned a lot of the social cues when you were in elementary, like preschool, elementary school, high school. You've already gone through that. So if you learned the social cues, at that point you were an adult, and you can decide whether to do online or offline stuff. But as a child, you need to learn how to socialize with people. I just had
another thought. If you're doing online school, what doesn't get involved on the regular? CPS. There's
Yeah,
no
I mean,
further other than the teacher from the online classroom. And how
yeah,
do you?
you know how many times I've heard that like the online school where the kids, you know, end up dead because they were like at home and no one checked on them. Area sellers. They did, what did they do? They said, "Oh, we're going to do online schooling." They still haven't found her.
Sellers girl. Yes.
Yeah. It's a lot of times not a great system because you don't have supervision from someone to say, well, this kid has bruises, this kid is hungry. Look at Ricada Law. They didn't find out that the kids were hungry until they went to, like, think church. I think they're homeschooled. So that kid was hungry and they were wearing clothes 4 days old.
And some people may be more beneficial to do that, especially if you have a large support system, but not a single father who works 16 to 18 hours a day overnight, 12 to 16 hours a day overnight, and then has to have sleep time before he goes back and does it again. That does not become a conducive environment for a child that's already struggling with social cues and they have their only desire to want to be friends. That tells me that he was looking for a convenience mechanism. In my opinion, that tells me he's looking for a convenience mechanism over actually getting his child to flourish. He can say the words, but the plan that's being laid out does not line up with the words he's saying.
Yeah, and I think like moderator, I think what Sebastian needed was a lot of help when it came to understanding social cues. Probably some sort of therapist, probably some sort of work with that. I don't know the exact but I would say some professional help to help them out more to understand, because it's very important. Knowing how to socialize with people is probably the most important thing you'll learn when you're going to school and when you're going out in the world, because you can be as dumb as a bag of rocks, but if you have the gift of gab and you can talk to people, you could do very well in society. Like you can do well. And I've seen people as smart as genius levels living in their mom's basement, unable to get a job. I'll give you an example of what was it? That girl that suffered dwarfism, that they thought that was an adult, but actually turned out to be a kid.
Oh, they got adopted. She was like 25 and...
Yeah, but she wasn't 25. She was actually a child, and his adopted parents lied about it. And they did a DNA test that found out that she was a child, that they left alone. But anyway, the son, who was a genius level, do you know where he's at? He's living in his dad's basement. And he has no ability to understand social cues. It's like talking to a little bit of like a child. He's smart, but he's just lacks that ability to actually understand people. Natalie Grace, thank you. And that's the difference. And then you compare it to like Natalie Grace, who kind of understands social cues, and you can actually, even though she's disabled and she's got all these problems, I mean, if you had a conversation with those two people, you'd be like, okay, one is more of a full-grown understanding person. The other one is fucking dwarfed. It's just, you need that.
I'm appreciating this conversation right now. And if you are too, would you mind tapping the thumbs up?
But anyway, Queen, if you want to hit the play button, I'm sorry we talked too much.
All good, B. Tim.
Discussed many a times with my son is that no matter how much you don't like change, it's the only thing that is constant in life. Nothing will ever stay the same. You have to be able to adjust. And autistic children don't adjust well. It takes a lot of reinforcement, communication-wise, and get them to see the brighter side of what's going to happen. Normally, once something starts happening that's different from his routine, it takes a minute to adjust. But as soon as he adjusts, because he does, then it's just same old thing. And he becomes adjusted to it, and he excels. You have to have the right type of foundation.
What was his best subject? Was there any subject that was easy for him?
A couple years ago, I'd have told you math. This year, he pretty much was done with math. Numbers were his favorite subject for the last, I want to say, 2 or 3 years in California before he came up here. I think, in my opinion, he liked it, but I think it's just try teaching me math in school nowadays, and I'm going to look at you like I don't know what you're talking about.
Wait, what?
You know, I know how to do add, subtract.
He said in the last 2 or 3 years in California before they came up here. How long have they been in Tennessee? Because this man, again, isn't speaking of something within the last 6 months. He can't give specifics on anything currently.
I don't think they were in California like years ago.
Right. That's the same thing I thought.
Yeah, so basically, how does he... Okay. Yeah, that's interesting.
That's what I just caught. I'm like, wait, what? For the first 2 or 3 years before he came back up here. Right. You're not talking about what was he excelling at currently in school? That's all I had.
Yeah. Also, another thing I noticed is like, well, if he's having trouble with school, were you helping him with schoolwork? Were you sitting there on the table and saying, "Hey, let's go through this, go through that"? You know what I mean? I don't know. I had my stepdad. We used to do that. Also, he used to. I remember the science projects we used to deal with. You know, that was very interesting.
Oh, I remember many a night with long divisions sitting at the kitchen table, and both of my parents, like just about at their wits' end, because I struggled with. I'm dyslexic, so I transpose numbers. Like you wouldn't even believe. It can start off the right answer. It could all start off right, and during the work of the long division, I would transpose a number, and everything was off.
Yeah, he always goes back to California, which tells me it's like, sir, we need... What?
I don't know. That wasn't me.
That was the ghost in the system. Ghost in the shell.
Ghost in the machine.
They talked about Georgia, Tennessee, California.
Justin Cheesy's mic went out, maybe.
Oh, okay. All right, you keep on playing, Queen.
Cheesy, did you have something you wanted to say? Or are you there?
No, it was just me. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Multiply factions, so on and so. Some of these things that they're teaching our kids now just does not make sense to me. But I'm not a rocket scientist, so I don't have to worry about that.
And so you mentioned that you were really looking forward to him being able to go to his therapy to sort of help correct some of the things that were going on that were of concern. What were his top concern issues, if you will?
Inappropriate discussion and inappropriate behavior. Having the wrong type of discussion, like certain things you don't discuss at the dinner table. Religion, politics, those things that your parents always told you we never discuss.
Wait, what?
Having inappropriate conversations with people at school.
What's wrong with that?
If you want to have a conversation like that, then ask to go speak to your therapist.
Wait, your therapist? You got to talk about politics?
Have them with the child next to you because they.
Wait a minute.
Some more bullshit.
No, I used to talk politics all the time with my stepdad, especially over dinner. We used to talk about all the time, including when we grew up. It was like something we talked about. That's normal. You're telling me this kid to talk to his therapist about politics and religion?
What if that's what they talk around Chris and Katie's dinner table? Politics, religion. What was the other one that he said? That the 3 topics that your parents told you never to talk about? Like, what?
Talk to your therapist? I don't think do you want to pay a therapist $120 an hour to talk about politics and religion? Or do you want to talk to him about learning social cues, anxiety, depression?
Weird.
Things like that. I don't know. I think that would have been a better spent of money to, you know what I mean, to talk about those things instead of telling your son to talk about politics and religions with your therapist. That's weird. That was a weird answer. Don't talk about politics or religion on the table while we're eating.
Yeah.
Okay, he's saying that Sebastian was having politics and religion conversations in school with his schoolmates, and that's why he was getting in trouble. What's wrong with like that kind of a conversation is allowed to have around a dinner table? You're with your damn parents. I could understand schools trying to put the kibosh on that, just because schools try to separate religion and state and church and state and all of that. But that's not a reason to pull a child out of school and remove him from being with his classmates. That is not at all.
Guys, we can't talk about economics in school, nor can we talk about the current political climate of the country that we live in, guys. That's a bridge too far to talk about. Okay.
Well, I mean, you listen in government class, yes, but just amongst yourself, I've seen it break out into fights before.
I mean, like, I would say if a kid came to me at 15 and started talking about politics, I'd be like, okay, I'll talk to you about it. I mean, I don't mind. I would be like, okay, this kid's pretty smart, depending on his understanding of it. I mean, like, I wouldn't be like, oh my God, you can't be interested in the country you live in. I honestly think a lot of people are too dumb when it comes to politics. They don't understand how this country is even run. And that's why a lot of these politicians pass pork bills that literally rob the coffers of this country and basically run it to the ground, because they hide things in little details. And if more people paid more attention to those little details, they wouldn't be getting away with the shenanigans that they would be getting away with. You know what I mean? That's just my opinion. I would love an educated society who would actually understand politics. That'd be amazing. Maybe if we taught that in school, that would be fantastic. That was just my rant, my side political rant for a moment. Sorry about that. We're not eating, so it's fine.
Yeah, we don't even talk politics on here. I don't talk politics at all, really. I mean, let alone with my family. I just don't. You know what I'm saying?
Don't lie.
And all kinds of shit. So I don't talk politics on here or with anybody else, really, because I mean, it's just what it is.
Could this be a euphemism for the topics that we don't talk about? Could this all be a euphemism, possibly?
I don't know. I think he's on here bullshitting anyways. There's a whole lot of shit running out the mouth today. You know what I'm saying? It's
all right.
You know what? And another one. It's funny how when we turn this on, there's distractions coming in left and right, huh?
Yeah.
Crybabies. Don't cry baby now. Don't cry baby now.
Queen, we're going to have to talk about, when we're offline, about the geopolitical economics of Venezuela.
Listen, I agree with Glory on this. This should show you how high-functioning Sebastian is. If he's able to talk about politics or any of the other, or but if this is a euphemism, that doesn't line up. But either way, it would if we're to believe that this is what it was about, then that should tell you how high functioning Sebastian is. If this is a euphemism, then there's more questions that I have. So I'm like, oh my God, I have not seen this. I cannot believe we didn't know about this before. This one he leaks. God, we need to.
We're going to have to super chat Yellow Cottage Jails when we see Koffendorfer on the panel and ask her about this.
Well, one of the teachers did say that you wouldn't have been able to tell that he was autistic just by looking at him, or just by
true.
And we'll talk about Granny and Brittany's bullshit afterwards, because I know that's the hot topic too. Them getting into a fight. I just got a message about it. Yes, we'll talk about it, but we ain't gonna talk about it now. Also, thank you for the PayPal. I appreciate that. She said, "Fuck Betty." And I just want to tell you, thank you. I appreciate you. I appreciate all y'all. Thank you for your help, because you see what the fuck we deal with. This is the psychotic shit we fucking deal with. This shit right here. Manufacture drama to keep it going for numbers. You see it. You hear it. You see it. I know the shit. I know the fucking shit's over now, but I don't really give two fucks. I know she's over there crying, pissed off, talking about, I want everything bad to happen to your family. Let her keep on keeping on. Let her keep on. The shit gets recorded. It will be sent to my attorney, and it'll be used in court. I mean, it is what it is. Let her fucking dig her own hole. That's what she wants to do. Let her do it. Damn, Rowena coming in hot with the 50 memberships. That's how we showing love today, huh?
Nice.
Shake them bushes. Fuck it. We're gonna show some love. Fuck that bitch.
shake them bushes. Shake them bushes.
That's right. Thank
We
you,
need to-
Rowena. I appreciate that. Thank you for
Can
showing
we-
love, baby. Showing love.
Queen, can we ban voices for her singing?
Hey, you appreciate it and you know it because nobody else does it. So knock it off.
There's a reason why no one else does it. That's one of the reasons.
You know what? Here's my motto. Show up. That's all that matters. It doesn't matter if you're weird, if you're messy, if you're sad. What matters is you show up. And every time I do that, like, it takes a little bit of the ick away from me. So let me sing all I want to sing, okay?
Ban her now. But anyway, let's continue.
God, you're such not a group player.
Yeah, I would definitely say somebody's doing some damage control for sure.
Yeah, well, it is what it is. Let them do it.
Yeah, well, it ain't gonna work over here. I know that. Thank you, Miss Rowena. I appreciate you.
Clippers, get your clippers out because it may be a deleted stream.
Yep. Oh, I'm sure.
Well, don't worry. That last night, 2 streams were recorded, so I'm not really worried.
Yeah, we record all of them, so it really doesn't matter. I mean, you know,
And
tis what it is.
Yeah.
Here we go, though. Let's finish on here. Here we go. Let's see here. Hold on. Did I miss these already? No, I didn't miss these. Seeker gifted. Hold on. Seeker did a $20 super sticker. Thank you, Seeker. I didn't even see that come in. Dang, girl. Look. Brianna. Okay, I got them. I forgot yesterday, so I don't want to forget today. You know what I mean? I don't like it when I forget my peeps. You guys mean a lot to me, so I want to make sure I always show love, you know? We got it recorded. It's okay, Leo. We got it. We got it all, baby. We got it all. Hold on, Crazy. I'm glad you got one. Glad everyone is here. Thank you. Yeah, that's really super cool. Sidebar. Car guy. Hold on. Look, bet some pineapple. Here we go.
You don't know where you're coming from.
We're finishing this goddamn interview. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna finish this fucking interview, no matter how many distractions. I don't give 2 shits. We're finishing this fucking interview.
Okay, well, how about we talk about Cameron? I'm joking. That was a joke. Okay, let's continue.
Alpha, look, hold on. Alpha, this is 24, member for 9 months. Thank you so much, love. Skeptical Believer gifted 5 memberships. I tagged you in Discord. I'm not sure what's going on, but I tagged you a few times. Skeptical Believer, thank you so much for gifting 5 memberships. I appreciate you showing love, baby. Thank you. Yeah, I know we got somebody triggered, and that's all right. Let her stay triggered. You guys sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. You'll see. You see for yourself. I ain't gonna tell you shit. You'll see it for yourself.
So, you know, in this vein, because I think it's really important as search efforts are happening and to really understand that trajectory of somebody if he did leave. You've talked about tactically, he doesn't like to have his hands dirty. We know about the fire ant incident. Was he also, did he care if his feet were wet or slimy, or did he care?
At my house, his feet were normally clean. As for socks, he normally had a sock on. He would complain that his feet are cold all the time. And it's like, well, you have house shoes you can wear. You have socks that you can put on. No matter how many times I told him, listen, your feet are cold and you're cold, wear a pair of socks so help keep the body heat in. Instead, he'd rather just have a blanket. But most of the time I would see him, he'd have one sock on, one sock off. And it's like, Sebastian, where's your other sock? Oh, I don't know. Sounds like we got a task in here. Let's find the other sock. There goes the next 45, 50 minutes looking for a missing sock.
Why not go grab a new pair? Find it
Yeah,
later.
45 minutes to find a.
If I don't find it in the first 5 minutes, we're done. You'll just go grab you another set. Just go get you another pair. We'll find it later. No,
Yeah, just
socks are cheap.
Yeah,
Turn up in the wash.
Imagine like the situation. Like, just imagine this, because like people don't quite understand this. Imagine your kid has one missing sock, and then you basically say, "Hey, okay, we're gonna stop everything you're doing right now, and we're gonna look for this sock." It feels more like a punishment than an enjoyable event. Because imagine the kid's playing video games, and then suddenly his dad says, "Hey, you're missing a sock," and the kid's like, "No, I don't know where it is." And then you said, "Get up, we're gonna look around the house 45 minutes for a pair or for one sock." Or you're gonna waste 45 minutes of our time looking for a sock, not for studying, not for playing games, not for socializing, but to look around for a sock. That sounds more like a punishment to me than an actual like an enjoyable event where there's like happy.
Kind of like
memories.
when he walked around with his swimming trunks on and told Sebastian to clean his room, and 4 hours later he was still walking back and forth in his swimming trunks just to taunt him, saying that he was going to go swimming without him.
Yeah, sat and tormented him.
Kind of like that. Kind of like that.
45
I
minutes.
noticed you don't like us talking about that, and you really don't like us going over this interview.
Yeah.
Second day, and you got distractions coming in left and right. Talk about damage control, baby.
Sure. She's gonna change her name to Distraction Jackson soon. I'm joking.
Yeah, no shit.
Let's go. Let's keep on going. Truck it. We gotta have to go through this, no matter hell and high water.
So I find this very interesting because there's been a lot of talk about him being barefoot, but did he have socks on? I have a son who hates to wear shoes and he hates to be barefoot, but he loves to run around in socks. Is that the situation? Could he have left in socks?
I guess it's a possibility. I wasn't there.
Would you say, though, that would be more possible than being barefoot just based on his attitude toward having cold feet?
No, because even here with cold feet, he wouldn't put socks on. He'd have one sock on, one sock off. They don't stay on. Like, he'd go to bed with socks on, and when he woke up, he'd be barefoot. Socks.
That's normal for kids. I mean, some kids kick their socks off. That's what it is. Hold on. McKenna, member for 20 months, said guarantees Sebastian only had what Katie packed him to go with. Meaning he probably couldn't change his socks because he didn't have another pair. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah,
Dude,
and
this
I mean,
is really
kids
normal.
kick socks off. That's fucking normal. That's what, especially when they're sleeping, that happens. It is what it is. Some kids, especially kids that have like trouble with like textures and like feelings, they don't like the line at the top of the sock. You know how there's a line of
Yep.
Right there at the toes, across your toes, there's that line.
Yeah.
And a little bump. Yeah.
Yep.
I know someone's child that cannot. The socks have to be flipped out, inside out.
Yep. That's what I was just going to say. I got a nephew that the socks are all inside out.
Because they cannot have that little lump from the sock, across the bottom part where your toes are at. They cannot have the seam. They cannot have that touching their toes.
My kids make fun of me because after I wear a pair of socks once, their socks have to be on a certain foot.
Yep, there's left
because
socks and
after
right
you wear
socks.
them once, they have to be on a certain foot, and they make fun of me because they're like, their socks, how do they have their certain foot? And it's like, well, you can see when you hold them up, they have their certain foot that you got to have them on.
Left foot and there's right foot.
Right. Otherwise, you get a lump.
Everybody has certain ways they do things, but I mean, it's normal for kids to kick their socks off in their sleep. That's normal shit.
Sort of like rolled up underneath the pillow, underneath the blanket, on the other side of the bed. On an average, he would leave and I would pull his bed out and I'd find, 4.5 socks on the other side of the bed, between the bed and the wall. And I'm like, that's why you have no matching pairs of socks. They're all over here. I've washed all the other matching pair, but all the ones that are matching, the ones that are clean are dirty, and they're stuck between the bed and the wall.
What sock?
Then how in the fuck did it take 45 minutes to find one sock? What in the hell?
Or he could have just, taken one of his socks and gave it to his kid.
Lord.
Like a pair of socks that he has and, bought them. Shocker.
I'm still wondering why we're spending 5 minutes on fucking socks. And
right.
50 minutes, actually.
How do you get half a sock?
The pair of boots that I bought.
What?
How do you get half a sock? He said 4.5 socks. How do you only get half a sock? What, did the sock monster eat the other half?
Maybe he's saying like one sock and then the other, two. So there's only one.
Yeah.
Oh,
4.5 pairs.
4.5 pairs. Sorry, I was like, half a sock? What the hell?
Bought him were size 10.5.
Wow, so pretty big feet. I mean, for 15, 10
Don't
and a
make
half.
fun of his feet.
Hey, when you have a size 5 foot like me, size, 7 is gigantic. So I respect a size 10 and a half. He was probably going to be
Same size as I wear.
going to be tall. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. When he was 3 years old, I couldn't wait for the day he turned 3 because the old wives' tale was at the age of 3, when he was born, measure him, you double it, and that's how tall he's going to be. And yeah, when the day he turned 3 years old, at that time, I put him up against the wall and I measured him, and he was 3 foot 3 inches at 3. And I was like, awesome. He's going to be 6'6". Anything over 6 foot, and I'm good. So that's my goal, was for him to be, 6 foot 6.
What you would?
Yeah, you said.
Jen, I think to your question about the barefooted versus socks, I think really the only thing that's been stated at this point is that all the shoes were accounted for, and that's really all we know.
Yeah, his old pair of tennis shoes, his new pair of tennis shoes, the pair of boots that I bought him, and the house shoes, they're all accounted for.
I just don't know if anybody has asked this question, and I think it's an important one. If Katie knows how many socks he has, are all the socks there? And I do think that's an important question because a lot of people.
I'll let you know. At my house, I can't tell you how many pairs of socks he has, because if you get a hole in a pair of socks, I throw that one away.
Why in the fuck are we still talking about socks?
And why is it his goal to have him over 6 foot? What the hell?
So if he
I'm
was
so confused about that.
5'11", if he was 5'11", he wouldn't have loved him. Like, you can't control how much a child grows. Their height is their height. It's a non-controllable factor. So you would only love him if he's 6'6". If he were 5'8", you wouldn't love him. What the fuck?
Some of the things he says, I'm just like, what?
Yeah, some of the things he fucking says, I don't even think he realizes the dumb shit he says out of his mouth.
Then you get a hole in another pair, and I'll make sure that one's ripped up. And, I couldn't even tell you how many pairs of socks I have. Now I can tell you how many pairs of Naruto socks he has, and his ninja socks, because they're the ones that come clear up to your knee, and they come in packs of 5. So he's got like 10 of those.
And that's at your house. But I'm just wondering if anybody has asked Katie to do an inventory of socks, if she might know. It's possible. I'm just saying, because he lived there, that would lend itself more that he could have left if he put socks on.
Who knows how many socks
that's an
they have?
important distinction.
Oh my God, we have Sockgate. We now have officially, we have Sockgate from Coffin Doofer.
Oh my God, this is.
Who knows how many socks they have, for God's sakes?
So we've covered their wedding day and socks. I'm not sure how any of this is gonna help find him or any
Online schooling. We covered online schooling.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That he did not want to do that. We were told several times that was not something he wanted to do at all. He wanted to go to school. He wanted to be around people. He wanted to be around friends. He wanted friends.
Between being barefoot and having socks on. So, maybe that question has already been asked and answered. If it has, I certainly haven't seen it. Seth, I think it's an important one to answer if you have any ability to do that.
I don't.
Well, hopefully we'll get the question to her and figure out if that's ever been asked, because I do think it's an important. You talked about how he likes to cook. What does he like to eat? What's his favorite food?
Oh, well, that has changed throughout time. When he was younger, he didn't like meat. He wouldn't, at all. He liked his vegetables when he was a kid. He liked his oatmeal, vegetables. As he grew older, he got into the chicken nuggets. And then I remember the first time that I got him to try a hamburger. We were in South Georgia, and we're running errands. And he
That's a lie.
In the car seat, and he was like, "I'm hungry."
Okay, car seat. Keyword car seat. Car seat.
She said that's a lie. She called it out right there.
Not really a lie, but the vegetable thing, it's an untruth, because Katie told us he loves vegetables.
Still, to this day, and his favorite food is sushi. Sushi.
Yeah, what's in sushi besides fish? Vegetables. Kid loved to eat healthy. So now we know from past interviews over at his dad.
We can pick out fucking bullshit, lies, and shit like that with him, just off what Kate told us.
Right. So he obviously did not want to go live with his dad because, first of all, his dad was going to do homeschooling, which he didn't want to do. His dad feeds him crap, and makes him cook for himself.
All processed foods that can be microwaved, frozen pizzas, burritos, all that shit. All the processed foods.
Which is fine to feed your kids. I'm not a health nut, and I fed my kids crap too. But to have only that, it sounds like when he was at his dad's house, that's pretty much all he had available. And obviously, because he's like, well, when he was a kid, he liked vegetables, but he don't really like them anymore. Well, what do you mean? That's one of his favorite stuff. That's what Katie told us.
Tofu also.
Yep. The kid liked healthy food.
Fuck it. Just makes me so angry. Just makes me so angry. Don't lie about your kid. If you don't know it or it's not current, don't put it out there. Something that happened when he was in the car seat is not going to be contingent on today. Furthermore, it's not like this interview was just sprung on you and you were watching in a chat. No, it was obviously planned. Why didn't you think of better answers, sir?
I'm just saying, all the stuff that we hear from Seth, we hear all the stuff from when they were in California, which we know was a long time ago. I don't know exactly how long. The timeline's always been kind of screwed up. We know that he doesn't know him very well, apparently, because he doesn't obviously spend much time with him, even when he's at his house. I imagine that's why he's so upset, because he's got all this guilt, I imagine. He didn't really know his kid. Now everybody's coming out with all these questions, and he really doesn't know the answers.
I think that the Sebastian had one life with Katie and Chris, and he had a different life with Seth.
Right.
And from what we're seeing, there was an absolute divide. We're also hearing that there was stability, there was things were done a certain way at Chris and Katie's. At Seth's, he says there was stability, but it seems more like there was chaos and do what I say. And that
wasn't giving him his meds. Excuse me, sorry.
No, Cheesy, keep coming with them. These are all the things that are in my mind. So I appreciate this 100%. The thing about didn't enforce the groundings. Now we're going to turn right around and we're going to now take him out of public school. We're going to do online school. He'll be left alone for a majority of the, he's left alone at night. He's going to, Seth would be having to sleep during the day, essentially making Sebastian, like, I wouldn't want that life. I would not want that life. I would bolt and run. And now we learned that he had a Gmail account that Seth set him up. We learned that he had more access to online things. He could easily have been being groomed. This is awful. This is absolutely awful. So then if you take what Cheesy said about the guilt, that totally makes a lot of logical sense right now in what we're seeing, in my opinion.
I'm like, okay. We went through a Wendy's. We're going to get him, something to drink, something to eat until we got home. And I ordered me a single hamburger, and he literally took my hamburger and ate the whole thing. I was just like, the boy has eaten beef. Wow. His first burger. And after that, he started eating spaghetti and things like that. His favorite food now, he's got a lot of favorite foods. He does like his sushi, not sushi meat, but he likes sushi. He likes that soybean stuff. I don't deal with that. Tofu. To me, it has no taste. I'll eat dirt some other time. But he likes it. When we go out to have hibachi and stuff, they'll put tofu in the soup and he'll eat it there, and it's all fine. When we're at the house, he likes his eggs. One of his favorite places to go eat is either IHOP or Waffle House because they serve breakfast. And he likes his pancakes, he likes his eggs and his bacon. And here at the house, one of the things that he likes to cook and make is we'll take the cheddar brats and we'll cook those for about 45 minutes in the skillet and then cut them up into pieces. And then we start making our sauce. And that's how he likes his spaghetti. With Parmesan cheese, he likes all cheeses, but when it comes down to his spaghetti, he just loves Parmesan cheese. He doesn't do like shredded sharp cheddar on his spaghetti. He's got to have the Parmesan.
Most people do.
So tell me, if he left, what would be? Does he have any stranger danger type inclinations? Or did he shy away from strangers, or could a stranger easily entice him?
I don't believe a stranger would easily entice him. Most of the time,
with a cat, he totally could.
He was around me. If he didn't like your attitude when you approached me, that he was confrontational, as in that's my daddy. I will mess you up. All 4 feet of him at that point in time.
What? Wait, what? What the fuck are you talking about? Hold on.
If he didn't like your attitude, he was confrontational.
Yeah, what a weird thing to say. Hold on.
type inclinations, you know, or did he shy away from strangers, or could a stranger easily entice him?
I don't believe a stranger would easily entice him. Most of the time when he was around me, if he didn't like your attitude when you approached me, that he was confrontational, as in, that's my daddy, I will mess you up.
Oh, is that so?
Why
Wow.
would you be? Why would somebody be confrontational towards Seth? Why?
Yeah, and what I mean. So because a child doesn't like an attitude, the way an adult is with another adult, I'm not buying this. I'm just not buying this. I'm not believing this.
This sounds crazy.
Seems like a made up story where he's trying to, you know, embellish the relationship that him and his son had, is what it seems like. He's trying to, you know what I'm saying, make it out to be more than what it was, and it clearly shows.
He's trying to make his kids sound more like him.
Yeah, it's fucking weird, to be honest.
All like, 4 feet of him at that point in time. But he's always been very protective of both me and his mom. As he's gotten older, having conversations with him about, when you're online, these people, you don't know these people. You don't talk to them. You don't tell them any information, to the point that he just didn't even put the headphones on anymore. Most of the time.
Hold on, rewind that.
Yep. Y'all just catch that? How many of y'all just caught that?
Yep.
How many of y'all just fucking caught that?
Right.
We've been saying this entire fucking time. We've been saying this entire fucking time. We knew he was playing that goddamn game. We knew he had his headphones on talking to people. Bullshit, Seth. Oh, wow. Yep, right here.
To both me and his mom.
God.
As he has gotten older, having conversations with him about, when you're online, these people, you don't know these people. You don't talk to them. You don't tell them any information, to the point that he just didn't even put the headphones on anymore. Most of the time.
Boom.
Right there. To the point to where he doesn't even put the headphones on anymore.
Yep. Keyword anymore.
Obviously, he's caught him talking to older people, or he's heard him talking to other people, which is what prompted the conversation. And I'm sure the reason why he no longer wanted to wear the headphones, because I'm sure he probably got in trouble.
Mm-hmm. That doesn't mean he wasn't wearing the headphones when his dad wasn't around.
Exactly.
And the 16 hours a day he was gone.
Yep, exactly.
Mm-hmm. And while he was sleeping.
You think he just sat in that house by himself and played video games at 15 years old?
Right.
Come the fuck on now. That's not common sense. That's not common sense at all. But he just told us what we all said this whole time. That right there confirms what we've said this entire time.
I go back to thinking about him saying that the neighbor saw him outside, and him saying his dad will be home in 7 minutes or 12 minutes, whatever it was.
Yep.
I keep going back to that now that we've heard it from Seth's mouth. I always thought there was something weird about that, and the neighbor saying that, and now I go back to that. This is red flag highway.
Yeah, because he knew when to be home, when to be there for the call or whatever.
You're damn right.
When I was at home as a teenager during summer vacation, and your parents tell you this house better be clean before I get home, and so you screwed around all day until, if they were going to be home at 3:45, you screwed around until 3:30, and then you hurried up and whipped the stuff, through the stuff so it looked like you did something.
I did it the other way. I cleaned first, and then I went out and did my shit, because then nobody was home.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is you did it before they got there, right before they got, or just before they got there. It hurried up because you knew what time they were going to get home if you screwed off all day.
I do remember making sure that I was always home between 12 and 12:30 because that's what time the phone call would come in to make sure that shit was being done and all of that. I do remember those days.
Right. And autistic or not doesn't mean he wasn't a normal teenager. Didn't mean he didn't go out and screw around.
Well, you know what? I'm really sick of that too. I'm really sick of Sebastian autism, Sebastian autistic, Sebastian autistic.
Right.
No, Sebastian Rogers. Period. He doesn't need to be Sebastian Rogers autistic.
When Katie was talking about Sebastian, he sounds like a typical 15-year-old. Everything she was saying sounded like my kids.
I mean,
my kids are girls.
I mean, based upon the information that's been released, he likes chess. He wants to talk about politics and religion, and he understands technology. The fact that he has a cell phone and all that stuff, and people act like he's just this defenseless child that has no idea about the world. And it's like, no, he sounds kind of smarter than his dad at times, to be completely honest.
He's fucking smarter than 50% of the people that go in and out of the certain people's chats.
Yeah, it could be that the kid just has some sort of issues with socializing with people, and he's not, it's not education-wise. I mean, like, it sounds like his maturity rate might be lower, but it's education-wise, up there, normal. So it's like, I think people have, but the problem is Seth has basically painted a picture of this child having some sort of, like, making it sound like the child has a
mental handicap.
Yeah, like a mental handicap where he can't possibly just walk out of a house or do things on his own, and that it would be an impossibility. Yeah,
I'm sick of it. I'm fucking sick of it.
That's why I said that.
Be attached to Sebastian Rogers autism, autistic. He's autistic. This, autistic that. No, he's smart as hell.
Right. That's why I said that. That's why I said that. Just because he's autistic doesn't mean he's not a usual 15-year-old. I don't want to say normal, but a usual 15-year-old. 15-year-olds do certain things because they're kids. They do kid things. And whether you have autism or whatever, you still do kid things.
All kids test boundaries.
Right.
I mean, and the kid also apparently cooked for himself. He also made coffee. So, I mean, it's like, this whole
smarter than what people are trying to lead on, especially his own dad.
Yeah.
All in all, he was not fucking stupid. He was very smart.
No. Yeah.
Have the headphones on, and he's playing. Yeah, I know that his mom and stepfather don't like it, but he would play Modern Warfare.
Oh my God, he was on Modern Warfare with headphones.
Right,
oh my
right
God.
there. I know his mom and stepdad don't like it, but right there, fucking there, he knows that they don't like it. But to go against them, he went ahead and did it anyways, right?
Yeah. And I'm kind of shocked that Coffindoffer didn't catch this, because this is a big deal. Because if you ever, I would suggest no one play Modern Warfare with headphones, just to say that much.
Yeah.
It's pretty toxic environment there. And you're talking to, there's a lot of adults that play that game. There's a lot of kids and adults. Like, you're talking people that could be in their fucking 40s playing that game.
Mm-hmm.
Older beats him. You have all ranges that can play that game.
Hell, I think Clue. Don't they play Modern Warfare?
Clue's not much older than you, so easy on that one.
Well, you don't know how old I am. I could be lying. You don't know. Exactly.
I like playing Modern Warfare. I'm 49.
Yeah, so it's like you have all these
video games at all, but what I'm saying is he's doing the shit and going against the parents just because he fucking knows. And look at the way he's sitting. Look at his arms. Look at the way he is.
Yep.
His whole fucking demeanor with that.
And
deliberately causing fucking issues. I know they don't like it, but I'm gonna let him do it over here.
Right.
Out of here. Creating fucking problems.
That's my son.
Yeah, I know that his mom and stepfather don't like it, but he would play Modern Warfare.
Because they want to protect you from shit like this.
It's you got 4 people in a team trying to work for a progressive goal. That's
Right. You got 4 people on a team that you're talking to.
That's how you build listening functions and commands and things of that sort, where you can follow directions and you can work together with a group that you have no idea. And most of the time on my
4 strangers.
Are you fucking kidding me right now? Are you fucking kidding me right now?
Yes.
You work with a fucking group of 4 people who you have no idea who they are.
Right. I never saw this.
Joking me.
I never saw this interview.
And he lied. He lied earlier because he stated that the system had no headphones. And now he's stating it did. And this is the problem. And people like Chris and Katie lies all the time. And it's like, no one says to themselves, like, this guy didn't fucking just lie before to cover his ass, because originally that thing had headphones, but he wanted to cover his ass because he wasn't supposed to. And that he did it because he wanted to get back at Chris and Katie because he doesn't like them. And then he admits that this had headphones. He admits that this kid's working with 4 strangers online on a constant basis. He probably watched Modern Warfare on YouTube or some sort of gameplay on there, and he might have been invited to a fucking Discord. You don't think that's a possibility that someone on Modern Warfare be like, hey, come to my Discord, you know? And then basically, you know how many situations where they get you to these kids to a Discord, and then they use that Discord to lure you to be abducted? That happened. I'm trying to remember the case, but it happened in another case where a kid was lured into a Discord, and they basically used it to get that kid out of the house. It's like, it's not beyond the it's just crazy that this is an important detail to tell investigators that he had online access. In the first month and a half or 2 months, he says, nope, there's no way that I would allow him to have public access to information. Nope. Only way that he can get out of that house is basically something. Here you have to do something. It's give me a break. And this should be like a red flag to be like question a lot of things this guy said, because the guy is full of shit sometimes.
And now we know your microphone keeps going in and out, Tim. And now we know why the cops still have his electronics.
Queen, are you there?
We hear you now.
Yeah, I'm here.
All right.
Now we can hear you. Sorry.
I hear you now. Yeah, it was going out for a sec, but I hear you good.
Well, I just want to reiterate the fact that there has been 2 goddamn months where this guy said this kid had no online access, none, and this would have been a very important detail to tell investigators, because there have been many situations, and I'm reiterating this because I'm not sure if you guys heard it, situations where kids get lured into Discords, and then these guys are in Discords and they say, hey, Tell us a little bit about yourself. Tell us your routine. They get you to be friendly, and then they use that to lure you out to abduct you. That has happened in cases, and it's like it's not beyond. And like another important thing is, was this kid watching YouTube? Was there YouTubers this kid was following? Because if he's playing Modern Warfare, I'm pretty damn sure he's watching pretty fucking gameplay footage of other people playing. There is no way in God's green earth this kid wasn't watching other kids.
Yep.
So it's like, this is an important detail, and this guy keeps on perpetuating that Katie did it. Katie did it. Maybe, sir, your anger and your desire to just stick it to Katie resulted in a situation where the kid got lured out because he got tricked by someone online. Maybe that happened.
And that's the thing. We have no clue who in Discord has how old they are or who they are, or really and truly anybody in the Discord. You have no clue who the hell they are.
Yeah, you could be lured. You could be like, someone could play with you in a game and says, hey, man, I like how you play. Would you like to join our Discord? And the kid could be like, sure. And then you just get a Discord link and boom, you're in there. Yep. Simple as that.
And this is exactly why the cops still have his electronics and Chris and Katie have theirs back.
Yeah. You don't think that's easy to do? You could download Discord on your phone. That's how easy it is.
Right.
It's not hard. And you don't sometimes even have to download it on your phone. You can use a web browser to go on Discord. Or you can go
also use an old device that no longer has service. It just works on Wi-Fi.
Yeah. It's just like, it's very simple to do these things, and this is important details to talk about. But unfortunately, we got people still stuck on Chris and Katie did it. Chris and Katie did it. But this important
Yeah,
detail.
that's what they want to run with. But I mean, come on now, this right here, you know what? I hope people clip this. I hope they pick up on this, because this right here is a big, this is a big deal. This is a big fucking deal.
Yep.
Yeah. Tracy Scholar says Seth already said that Sebastian didn't watch TV and had his YouTube videos he liked to watch. Yeah.
Well, even Katie said that he liked YouTube too on some things, but she paid attention to it. Where he's at home all night and all day by himself when Seth is sleeping and working, so he didn't pay attention to what Sebastian was watching.
I mean, like, there's a situation where there's content creators that have been who've been arrested for grooming children. A famous situation was some guy named Lion Maker who used to, solicit children to send him images on Minecraft, and he was this big YouTuber, and he even had one come to his house. Let's just say that much, and he went to jail for it. So it's like there's been many situations. It's like you don't know, and you should really know what your kids are watching and who they're interacting with. And it just seems like Seth dropped the ball.
And something else that this shows us is that this so-called retired FBI agent is obviously in this for the clicks and views, because she didn't call that out. She was like, and she's still saying Chris and Katie are guilty.
Yep.
And people are following her, blindly following her, because she's a retired FBI agent. I know, because in the beginning, I was like, oh, a retired FBI agent. Can't wait to watch her. But with my common sense, I actually picked up right away that she's not good at what she does, or she's just doing it for clicks and views. But I mean, when she first came on the scene, I was excited. I was like, oh, we can really learn some cool stuff, kind of like when we watched Duty Ron, and Ed Wallace. I learned a lot of cool stuff from Ed Wallace, but I caught on real quick that she's in it just for the clicks and views, So
I think she has good opinions sometimes, but I think when she gets to the area of expertise that she has
very rarely
about, when she gets to the areas of expertise she doesn't know about, she kind of she fails at it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because as an interviewer,
you really have to cherry pick.
I don't think she does well as an interviewer because she's not paying attention. Pascal does better as an interviewer, actually, because he's actually listening to the person. And,
right.
And I'm going to give the devil his due. He actually listens to what the words that are coming out of the person's mouth. And this seems and the problem with this seems more like we have these handwritten questions to ask, and you're not allowed to ask anything beyond these handwritten questions, even though my client, Seth Rogers, has just stated that the kid had headphones and he was talking with possible full-grown adults continuously online.
But when you're in a profession, okay, I used to be a truck driver, okay, it is ingrained in my head to keep a safe following distance, to keep my eye on everything. Even though I'm not driving a truck, I still have all these different things ingrained in my head when I was a truck driver.
Yep.
And if you talk to any cop, they will tell you when you talk to people, they have these certain things that are tells and stuff like that. When they're talking to people, that's always in their head.
Yes, ma'am.
It's always ingrained in their head. When you have a profession, that shit's always there, And so you can't tell me that she is not picking up on this stuff or anything, So she's got to be not listening, because if she was actually listening, she would be picking up on all this stuff being an FBI agent.
Well, it also tells me that she hasn't done her due diligence and looked at the other side, because she's viewing it with full vision that the person that he was last seen with has to be the one that harmed him. She's not willing to look at the information from the other side, because had she done her due diligence and viewed the other side of it, she would have been able to catch him in this, right?
Yeah.
And I understand cops are a little jaded, I mean, I even see that with Duty Ron, because I love Duty Ron. But I understand, and I see sometimes with the Wells case, you can see he's a little jaded, but you got to pick through some of that. But like I said, she's probably a little jaded, of course, but no, I mean, here's things that we are not cops, we are not ex-FBI agents, and we're picking this shit out. Why isn't she picking this stuff out?
Well, either that she got like a list of questions to ask from Mr. Tony Mathis to basically to ask,
right?
And she's just following the script, or she's not paying attention.
But even later on, she's still blaming Chris and Katie, even though we have all this stuff in front of us. I never saw this interview before, but now it's like, whoa, wait, what's, things are glaring at me right now.
Cheesy, now I think back to what you learned, what you brought us from Crabtree the other day, saying that Seth told him it was an old burner phone and something else.
Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of tells in this interview. I'm glad you did it, Queen.
This was a month ago. This was back in May something.
Yeah. And just think if he didn't tell the cops all this stuff. I mean, they have the electronics. I'm sure they found, but still, even telling them would have made this process a lot faster, I'm sure, because they would have known what they were looking for. If right away he would have come out the gate and said, yeah, he played on his headphones. He did what he was, he did this, he did that. I left him alone for this amount of time. He was by himself when I was sleeping, blah, blah, blah. If he would have told all this stuff to the cops right away, it could have changed everything. Things could be different right now, really.
Well, and technically we don't know if he did, and then come out here and say something else just to make money from the bullshit that he's put out, right?
Yeah, I hope he did tell them the truth, because that's what I'm saying is he never told us the truth in the beginning. He kept saying, he kept mirroring what Chris and Katie were saying in the beginning. Oh no, you never got on the electronic, blah, 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 and then all of a sudden, as we start watching this stuff, things start leaking out here and there. I worry that he didn't tell the cops right away.
All right, let's hit more of this. We got to get through this, Queen. We have to. They're trying to stop us.
All right, let's go.
Did they get Queen?
Everybody back in the car.
They got her, guys.
The people that are on there are my personal friends that I actually know. One of them would be Chris, his stepfather, and the other one is my buddy up in Illinois. And that was it. And that's a lie. I remember a conversation. He was just.
Chris said he never played with him.
Yep, I was gonna say that's a fucking lie, because Chris said he never played with him, and right at the beginning of the interview, he goes, "I know his mom and stepdad don't like it, but if they don't like it, why in the fuck would they sit there and play with you? Why would Chris sit there and play with you?"
Mm-hmm.
See, that's the fucking thing. This is the thing. Seth got a goddamn running start because of Trevor Lee. Everybody trusted and liked Trevor Lee. Trevor Lee jumped on helping him. He did not know Seth or anything about Seth when he started this. And I'll tell you right now, that's how Seth got as far as he did.
Yep.
And he's the one that kept pushing the Chris and Katie bullshit. Seth did, not anybody else.
Right. I didn't mean to stop you right away.
Shit, he's the one that put that shit out. And the entire fucking time, he's the one sitting there fucking playing games. He's the one letting him play games. He's the one allowing him to talk on his fucking headphones. And this is, like I said, this interview right here, we should have been listening to this a long time. Well, this right here this confirms everything we've been saying. We've been said he was talking to people online. We knew that. We knew he was. Seth kept saying, no, he wasn't. No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't. Well, now you're saying, yeah, he was. But you knew who they were. And it's not Illinois. It's Illinois.
Leave it to an Illinois person to correct people.
Yeah, there's no S on it, okay? It's not Illinois.
It's Illinois. No, I disagree with you, Queen.
No,
it's
it's
Illinois.
Illinois.
The S is silent.
I wish people would stop saying it. All weird.
Okay, Illinois.
Yeah, that's weird. It's not Illinois.
I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it every time now, just to mess with you.
No, you know what? I'm not even gonna be mean here. Let me do this.
Just like that.
Because I'm a
boy, he's antagonistic today.
I'm not even gonna be mean because I'm gonna mess with you back. All right, here we go.
These people just don't listen. I'm telling them, you know, I'm dead here on the ground, and the guy's coming around the building, and they're not listening, and they run around the building, and they get shot. And I was like, and I looked at him, I said, well, son, that's why when I play the game, I have the volume off, and I don't listen to him. And he was like, oh. And I was like, you don't see me getting angry and aggravated either, right? He was like, no. And I was like, because I know I may have 3 other teammates, but I also know that they're either going to listen or they're not going to listen, and it's not going to affect my day. I'm here to play the game and have fun playing the game. And
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Seth.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to ask, you made a comment early on, very early at the very beginning. And you said words to the effect, if I knew a week after, if I knew what I know now, but knew it a week after, he would be here in the kitchen and I'd be teaching him how to cook.
What I said was the information I learned a week after he went missing. If I had known it a week before he went missing, he would have never been missing. He would be in a house.
I see.
Yeah, so what the fuck does that mean? What in the absolute fuck does that mean? If you knew what you knew now, he would not be missing. He'd be in the kitchen with you. What the fuck does that even mean?
It means he would have taken him away from Katie because of what he thinks was going on in the house. I believe that's what he's saying.
He very well could be.
Because he's always saying that he didn't know what was happening in that house. Now he knows, you know. Or so he thinks he knows.
Well, what was happening in the house? What was it? Would you like to share with the class, Seth? Because obviously law enforcement didn't see anything improper. They said no foul play.
Yeah.
It's just his usual tactic, be ambiguous, basically claim that there's something going on in the house so that you can basically play that game so people be like, oh my God, what's happening in the house? It's the usual stuff.
Right. Hashtag blame Katie, right?
Yeah, even though, you know, she's the one who said no video games, no fucking video games to be talking to other people. You know, they didn't like it. They didn't want him doing that. Yeah, here he goes to his dad's and does something that he knew mom and stepdad didn't want him doing. That's one hell of a way to co-parent, huh? It's one hell of a way to co-parent. Thank you so much. I appreciate y'all sending the PayPal. Thank you so much. It definitely helps. It does not, you know, I don't want to say your name out loud. That's why I don't normally say it, but I do get them. I see that you sent me a message and stuff, but I just didn't want to say your name out loud. If you want me to, I will. I have no problem thanking people individually, and if you want me to say your name, I will. But I like to keep you private or other people private because, you know, people that donate or people that do bigger donations, they like to try and dox them and talk shit to them. And so we tell people to do it anonymously or to send it directly to my PayPal if you don't want it to come up on the PayPal pool.
If you don't want to thank that person, I will. Thank you, JLR, for that donate. That was a joke.
Yeah, I was sad that it doesn't have a name with it, but with that name with it, but there's a name with it. It's just not that one. I'm sure she would have a fucking total shit fit if that ever happened, which I mean, he's the one that supposedly allegedly filed it or paid for it to be filed.
Yeah, she would fucking lose her head. That would be in the filing immediately. That would be immediately in the filing, the next one.
Oh, Lord.
Maybe the next time I donate to the legal fund, I'll put JLR on it. No, I'm just kidding.
Please don't do that.
Lord.
Would have been with you because you felt
Hindsight's 2020.
right. You felt like
the information that I learned shortly after he went missing. If I had known that information before, I could have been preemptive about it, and I wouldn't be looking for him.
Seth, do you believe Sebastian is?
You have to have the faith. You have to have faith.
Well, I can't think of a better way to end this conversation with that message. You have to have faith.
God tests us every day. He does not put onto our plate what he does not think we can handle. And what he puts on our plate is for watching us grow.
Seth, if you had one message or two to send to the people listening today, what would it be?
My PayPal link is on the
If somebody
bottom.
has my son, let him go. Drop him off at the gas station. To those that are out here helping me find my son, thank you. The goal hasn't been met yet. The goal is to find Sebastian, and you can't stop Sebastian's army.
Beautifully said, Seth. Tony, thank you so much for your volunteering to help Seth get through this social media, mainstream media nightmare. Oh, I didn't get to say goodbye. And please tell Seth, that I thank him for coming on. I think he was probably needed a moment. But please let him know, deliver the message, and I'll text him. I have his number.
Oh, I'm sure. He makes sure everybody has his phone number. He makes sure he puts that out there for everybody to have.
And I do feel sorry for him and Katie and Chris. I do have sad feelings for them, including Seth, even though he's an idiot. But and I don't like to bash him, but he's an idiot, in my opinion.
It's not bashing him when you're calling out this behavior. It's not bashing when he's sitting here fucking lying, saying that his son did not play video games when he knows damn the fuck well he did. And not only did he play video games, he had a goddamn headpiece on talking to people on those said video games. When Seth was at work, he has no clue who he was talking to. He has no clue who he was playing with. He has absolutely no fucking idea.
Right.
That's a problem. That's a major fucking problem.
Mm-hmm.
Just the way he's ran down Katie and Chris is unbelievable. Throwing out the accusation on Web Sleuths about Chris's parents when they went to Alaska, knowing damn the fuck well they would never have done that to him. They would never have stolen Sebastian and took off to Alaska. Get the fuck out of here. And like Chris said, you could have called him yourself on the goddamn phone and asked him that. You didn't have to put that on YouTube and put that out here for people to make people feel and think that way about them. Knowing damn the fuck well they would never have done that.
Yep.
Chris and Katie both said Chris's parents treated Sebastian like one of their own grandkids. So for that to be put out here, that was bullshit.
Yep.
Yeah, Seth had a lot to gain from this. Absolutely, he did.
Mm-hmm.
$25,000 GoFundMe. Then he has the audacity to say that he's going to get a YouTube channel and make people pay the memberships just to go ahead and get updates on his missing child. Are you fucking kidding me?
That's
you then
such a
sent
bad
cease and
idea.
desist to the only person who was searching every single day. Chloe has been out searching every day, not fucking putting it on YouTube, not gaining subscribers, not streaming it. And you sent her a cease and desist. You also sent one to Cluminati, who fucking put up with her community over 22 billboards, blip boards at that.
Mm-hmm.
Don't forget she actually went out and searched too, by the way.
Right.
Yeah.
She was out there on foot searching with you. It's pretty fucking pathetic. It's real fucking, it's real disgusting. And now you got somebody else out here fighting your battles that's going to make things way fucking worse. Way worse. But it seems like you enjoy that kind of shit, Seth. Because you know what? I think YouTube has become a distraction to him. If he's focused on YouTube and fucking arguing and the drama going on YouTube, he don't have to focus on his son being gone.
Yep.
So I think YouTube is a big fucking distraction for him right now. What happens, though, when people stop talking about Seth and stop talking about Sebastian?
Yep.
Then what? He got 6 minutes of fucking airtime on Ashley Banfield. 6 fucking minutes. And out of those 6 minutes, do you even realize he sat and talked bullshit that had nothing to do with nothing? Really? Maybe 2 minutes of it was spent on talking about Sebastian. Maybe 2 minutes of it. Here, we'll go pull that up right now. It's the most recent interview he's done. You have the link, beat him.
Take a look for it. Give me one moment.
Here, I got it. It's a matter of fact right here. Right here.
Right now by Sebastian's father, Seth Rogers, and his spokesperson, Tony Mathis. Thank you to the both of you. And Seth, I'm really so sorry that, here we are having this conversation with News Nation again about your son, Sebastian, and it's been all these months. Do you have any updates? Have you heard anything, any leads, anything at all from the police?
No, ma'am. I haven't. Every lead that I do come across, I have my private investigators searching into it.
And have they come up with anything? Have they been helpful?
And now he now all of a sudden has new private investigators. Really? Who's these new said private investigators? Is it going to turn out like the other ones or what?
So yesterday I was over on Kathy P's, and
I heard she's been doing a really good job. Nonsense as well.
Yeah, Truth Not Feelings got up and he shared a post that came from Facebook. And you know how we feel about Facebook. Like, I don't care if somebody's been, it's somebody that you can track back that's been in there since day one. They can write and say whatever, you know what I mean? And so they're keeping the identity, according to this post that was made by this person that's a day oneer in all of this stuff. They're keeping the identities private of the PIs, but there are new PIs, and she can confirm that there's new PIs. Again, take it for what it's worth, but that was something that Truth showed us over there yesterday.
Okay, but still no proof of it otherwise?
Correct. I don't. You know me, I won't believe anything that was posted in a Facebook group because anybody can put anything in a Facebook group, as we have seen with the anonymous posters just recently, right?
Right.
We've had pictures and stuff come in. My private investigators track it down. And then we find out that it's just another rabbit hole.
Well, you know what? If you took off to South Carolina, allegedly, like people had said, your private investigator sucks. Because they should have already checked into that, went over that, and told you that had nothing to do with your son at all.
Sumner County, I give them all the tips that I get. Just not really.
And so when you give them the tips that you come up with your private investigators, are they thankful? Do they indicate to you that this is helpful? Do you have a good relationship with the police? Do you feel like they're on your side, that they're working hard?
That's what they're conveying to me. But
I can't imagine how hard this must be.
I'm not seeing my son's not here. This is my first Father's Day. And what made me a father is not here.
I'm so sorry. I am just so.
Just like it was extremely hard for Katie on Mother's Day when her son wasn't here. But she was talked shit about and stalked and watched and followed. Right? That's,
I agree.
That's what was going on with her. And she's his mother, just like you're his father. So I'm still kind of curious as to why why people feel bad for Seth, but they don't feel bad for Katie. Or they want to throw her under the bus and talk about how much of a piece of shit she is and how much of a piece of shit Chris is. And yeah.
So sorry. If there's, anything we can do, we'll keep the story, in the news. What's so bizarre is that Katie and Chris packed up and left that home. Are you in contact with them at all? I know originally they weren't talking to you at all. They weren't sharing information, which also seemed bizarre to me. Even if a split up is acrimonious, you still have this shared goal, right? To find your boy. Has it gotten any better between you and Katie in terms of sharing info?
It doesn't feel like a shared goal.
No, it's not. You've made it impossible.
Yeah, nice one, by the way, for Banfield. Great journalism. Great that you've done so much research. Did you ever think to yourself, why would she leave her house? Maybe because she was being harassed and fucked with by YouTubers and whack jobs. One of which was attempting to was planning on breaking into the backyard, a while ago. I think it's that fool with the hat, I forgot his name.
People flying drones over their houses or their house and yards.
Just the thing. I mean, this is the problem I have with a lot of times with mainstream media. It's like they come in, they let some of these dirtbags on their channel, and they don't do any background information. They don't do any sort of looking into it. In this situation, she lets this Tony Mathis guy come up here, a complete dirtbag clown, who basically has fucking used this case to further his own ambitions, whatever it may be, clout, fame, just a hobby, I don't know, and completely threw a wrench into it and gave the worst possible advice in the world, which was to send cease and desist to people helping him to try to find Seth's son. And it really is kind of crazy to me. And you invite this idiot on here to fucking just legitimize him. And I just get tired of this shit. I really do. I get tired of this stupidity where no one does research when it comes to this stuff and understands the people. It's really fucking terrible.
In my opinion, Banfield's just a modern day Inquirer.
Yeah. I think a lot of channels are. A lot of, like Vinny Politan is. A lot of people, they're not really fucking journalists. They're the Inquirer. They're like they're the shit newspaper you got when you were about to do your shopping in the old days that told you Bigfoot was seen with Elvis. Bullshit journalism that has no clicks, no research, no actual integrity, no actually caring about it. All they care about is sensationalism and ad space. And they love the tragedy pimps. Because you know why they love the tragedy pimps? Because then they can sit there, let them do the dirty work, and then pull them on and get the views from it. And say, we didn't do anything like these guys. Well, let's invite them on the show and let them sit up there. Bullshit. Absolutely. And people say, why are the mainstream media not calling out the tragedy pimps? Because it's a hand-in-hand thing. They work together. One hand washes the other. One goes super far, makes the case into a circus, and then the mainstream media can say, whoa, look at that circus over there. Let's get some ad space. Let's get that YouTuber on here. Let's interview them. Like Quentin Simon. They invited Dolly Vision. They invited, they let him on there to talk. You know what I mean? The same thing all the fucking time. How about that bullshit call that T-Rev got that said that was Kohlberger calling him up through the phone and all that stuff. And then Vinny invited that idiot on his show. You know what that did? Gave T-Rev some nice subs, gave him some super chats.
Interviewing Olivia, 'cause she's a dumbass.
Yeah, gave her some subs. And then they have plausible deniability. He says, well, we didn't know about all the other stuff. We had no clue. We had no idea that they were doing this. We don't pay attention. A multi-billion-dollar corporation doesn't pay attention? Okay. So, yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Just to let you guys know, that's what I think. Anyway, you can keep on playing, Quinn.
I agree with you, Tim.
Okay. I think Banfield got Queen. She's quiet.
No.
They got her. It's their job to freaking do research. They don't do research. Banfield is a pretty face on a camera that speaks well. That's pretty much it.
Duke out for a minute.
Yeah.
I let the dogs out, but here I go.
It sure doesn't feel like a shared goal.
Wow.
It feels like it's only my goal and all of Sebastian's army. It's their goal. It's my goal to find Sebastian.
Sebastian's army, don't you dare bring them into it. You know what? Because they are here for Sebastian. They are not in the bullshit, not in the drama. There's a small little group that's only here for Sebastian. Not for the drama, not for the bullshit. There's a small little group of them. They're barely noticed. You know why? Because they're out putting up flyers, searching, not live streaming, not bragging about what they're doing, not talking about it on social media. They don't need clicks and views. You guys don't even barely even know who the fuck they even are. They want to keep it that way. Because this right here is the money-making circus that Chief Hadley was talking about. The money-making fucking circus out of a missing child's case. It's disgusting.
And Katie's one of them, working behind the scenes to get his name out there nationwide.
Oh, fuck right. Out here working her ass off. And they don't even know it. She's not out here like Seth. You don't see her out here panel hopping from panel to panel to panel to panel. No, you know why? Because she's out taking care of fucking business, handling business, doing what she needs to do to get her son back home. She does not need the fucking internet to give her kudos for fucking searching. She does not need JLR to follow her around a couple parks while she searches and throws her fucking shoulder out. Oh my God. She doesn't have to do all that dumbass shit you're doing.
But as for contact between me and the Proudfoots, there has been no contact.
Gee, I wonder why.
Right?
Maybe because you attempted to buy an off-the-books firearm?
Maybe because you spread lies about them every chance you get. Blame them for everything.
Yeah, I wonder why, Seth. I wonder why.
Because he could have stopped this whole hunt against Katie and Chris.
Yeah, they've done
might have
nothing
been
but
a
be
few.
respectful to him.
Yeah, they have all. Anytime any one of us have veered towards blaming Seth or saying bad stuff about Seth, Chris was right there to protect him.
Yep.
And say nice things about him or give him an excuse. But did he have that for
fuck's sakes, he got that job because Chris helped him get the fucking job.
Right.
I mean, they were really trying to make sure he had the means to take care of Sebastian.
Right. The only time I ever heard Chris go against Seth was when Seth was trying to lie right on a live with Web Sleuths, and he was trying to lie about Chris's parents taking Sebastian, and he was trying to lie that he didn't know Sebastian didn't want to live with him. Chris called him out on those lies. But that is the only time I've ever heard Chris say anything against Seth. Ever. And that was just to call out his
Still
bullshit.
nothing.
It's like I'm the only one that misses my son.
Let me ask you, Tony, if you can jump in here. I know that you and Seth asked for the FBI to engage, take over, become a part of the case. Where has that gone, if anywhere?
Well, as you well know, Ashley, it's only going to go somewhere if the Sumner County asks for them to take the case over. And kind of where we're at and where I've been all along is I just want them to answer one simple question for Seth. And I feel like that he deserves an answer to this question. Are they closer today than they were February 26th? And if the answer to that is no, or we can't get an answer, then I think it's only logical that the case be elevated.
Well, I mean, I don't think the police are even done investigating. They still have the electronics from Seth's house and have not given them back yet. Why? Because they're still probably investigating. They're still trying to figure out who all he had been talking to and what all was going on, while he was at work.
And they're not giving Seth any information because he can't keep his goddamn mouth shut. Chris and Katie are very happy with the police because the police are probably sharing stuff with them because they keep their goddamn mouth shut.
Let's waste national media time on my ex-wife. Oh, man, you missed it. You should have heard the bullshit from last night with Coffindoffer. He talked about his wedding night for a good probably 45 minutes. Wasted a good 45 minutes on it. And then tried to fucking cry after he got done saying he didn't even, they didn't even have sex on their wedding night because he was so drunk from carrying around champagne all night. And she sat down to watch TV. Thank you to whoever sent this Cash App. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Oh, for just because you're a little sweetheart. Thank you, baby. I appreciate you. I sent you back a little heart. So, I got it. Yeah, it's just bullshit. It's fucking bullshit. But here, we'll pop that up too here in a second because I'm sure people didn't get to see that from last night.
Yeah, it seems, what are we? I think 114 days. I understand that investigators can't always share everything. But do you feel, Tony, that at least they have been, optimistic or helpful or hopeful, or at least been keeping Seth up to speed on what they're doing.
I think that we feel like that the communication could always be better. And, let's put you or I as a parent in Seth's shoes. If they can't give you an answer to the question, are you any further along today than you were 114 days ago? I mean, as a parent, are you not terrified to hear that?
I can't imagine it. Seth, if Sebastian can hear you, if he's out there, what's your message for him?
Same as it's always been. I need you to get away from whoever you're near. Get to a phone. My phone is still on, son. The same phone number. Everything. I need you to call me. I need you to call 911. I need you to tell who you are. That you need to tell them that you are wanted. I need you home.
I understand that he wants his son back. I don't doubt that he loves his son.
Right.
But I do feel like there's a little bit of guilt he's carrying around with him as well.
I agree.
I need to know you're safe. I need you, buddy. You've always been my buddy.
Stay strong.
I need to know you're safe.
Stay strong, Seth.
I mean, I have a hard time with that statement. I think this is it. I think it's over.
We got your back here. We're going to keep the story on the air. Somebody knows something, and there's going to be a lead that turns up. In the meantime, we do want people to know, Seth Rogers and Tony Mathis, thank you for this. We do want people to know that if you have any information on the whereabouts of Sebastian Rogers, please call the Sumner County Sheriff at...
That is so weird. Like, okay, why would you say you're wanted? Why would you not say, I love you, son. I'm not going to stop searching until you're found. Why would you? It's so weird. An odd message. You need to get away from whoever you're near. You need to, we've also heard him say, if you have my son, you need to take him to a gas station and drop him off. Your PR dude should help you have the right phrasing of that, rather than just sitting there silent and saying, if you're not farther now than you were 114 days ago, what are you doing? Like, it's never a good thing for a PR guy to come out the gate, a PR person to come out the gate firing shots at law enforcement. The PR person is supposed to be the bridge between the family and law enforcement, the family and media, the family and the public. That's the job of the PR person.
Well, he did shoot something out during a TikTok live.
Oh, Lord have mercy. Maybe I'm just looking at it at too logical a standpoint, but this is weird. It's really,
it is.
and if you know your client does not interview well, and we know that he's his client because Tony has referenced a contract with Seth. And again, if you're not paying somebody, what's the need for a contract? I don't understand. But okay. So if you know that your client does not interview well or doesn't keep it on within 6 months to a year and keeps going back to stuff that happened 6, 8, 10 years ago, why are you not redirecting and giving him the specifics?
Right, coaching him.
I mean, give him a damn script, for Christ's sakes. And if you're doing an interview worth your weight, the questions should have come before, and you're the one who kept Tony's the one who kept saying, well, we're going to get him on Ashley Banfield. We're going to get him on Banfield. I happen to know Banfield. Okay, so we know that you connected him with Ashley, but we didn't learn anything new. And you just went on Banfield on national TV to fire shots at media when your client is looking really, really messy out here. And you sat on all the interviews.
Yeah, it's true. Very messy. Very, very messy. But unfortunately, he's not going to learn his lesson, and he's going to continue doing this, and that's how it is. And now he's allied himself with a person who is now harassing his ex-wife. Fantastic. I'm sure that will not be a problem. You know? That will not be a problem at all in the future. You know what I mean? And everyone's supposed to have the sympathy for you, but no sympathy for her.
Right. I agree, Cappy. It's very opportunistic.
It is opportunistic. It's absolutely opportunistic. And it's kind of weird that, like, this guy is still raising money constantly. And I don't know what the fuck the money does at this point. I don't know where it's going. I don't know what he's doing with the money. I mean, okay, it's great that you're raising money. That's fantastic. I mean, I guess. But, you know, you're making these promises that you need these resources to help you. But, you know, what is it to help you with? You know what I mean? The people that have come to actually, like, try to come to your aid and help you with searches, you've basically sent them a cease and desist. That's not much help. You know, those people were for free. And now the one person that you say is you know, you're working with, this BHB, she's out there running around causing all types of havoc in that community. Why? Instead of working with the community, because that's the thing you would probably want to do. You'd probably want to work with the community. You'd probably want to work with people on the ground over there that can give you a bird's eye view, to give you an understanding of what the hell's going on over there. So you're not like completely lost at the time. But instead, what does this person do? Well, they just basically begin to start shit with almost everyone in that community. That's not how you do things. You know what I mean? Like, if you're dealing with, like, for instance, Cluminati or people like that, you kind of want them on your side. You kind of want them to be like, hey, can you give me an idea? What's the best places to search? Do you know, have a clue what this is, what this place is? But instead, you just started a big fight with them for no fucking reason. You're in the chat. You're shitting on these people. And yeah, it's, you know.
It wasn't for no reason, B-Tim. It was for clicks and views. That's why she started the fight with him.
Yeah, I get it. But the problem is like, now you have a situation that, you know, you've alienated people who are on the ground who are going to be there. You've alienated almost every single person that was legitimate to this organization, like that could have helped you. And you're going to be sitting there alone one day in your apartment wondering how the fuck did it get here? You know, you already have a bunch of other people just jumping ship on you. You know, why are they jumping ship? Because they don't want to deal with the bullshit, the crazy stuff that you have been starting. You know?
Nope, I see you upstate New York. I see you. I keep going back to Banfield saying, oh, well, Coffin, whoever just said that about packing up and leaving the home. Dude, you got somebody here that's trying to look for her easements, the utility lines, the layout, the property taxes, like anything that they possibly can. Your child is missing and you don't know why.
Well, she doesn't care, because it's just like any other person, just like, for instance, Vinny, just like any other people who are on these true crime channels, like the big ones, you know, that's the shows. A lot of them are just basically pretty faces that they put makeup and speak well into the camera. They do know journalism. They do know real research. They're told what to think and what to say. And they usually like the people that cause the drama and the bullshit, because then they can be the, you know, the neutral party that's looking outwards to these people. And then they invite these people on and legitimize them, and that they get views and clicks, and they like the chaos. These people like the chaos because it's good fucking money. But in the end of the day, you know, they walk away to the next story, but they leave a train wreck of destruction in these people's lives. You know, I mean, that's the thing I get so angry about, because all these people I've seen their lives completely turned upside down. You know, I seen Dylan Round's mom's life was turned upside down. Candace the Wells' lives were turned upside down.
Oh, man.
Billy Joe's. What?
I said it's awful.
Yeah.
It's awful.
Billy Joe's life was turned upside down. I mean, all these people, like, you know what I mean? That woman was humiliated online. Everyone just kind of fucking, when she was arrested and she had to put that vest on. You know, I still remember that. And I was like, man, that's so messed up that everyone's making fun of this woman. You know, not only did her grandson get killed by her own daughter, but the daughter is going to jail for life and did that thing. And it's just like, I felt bad for that woman. But, you know, I don't know. It is what it is. It's sad.
All right, here, I'm going to play this real quick. Listen to his ass talk about their fucking wedding day real quick. I'm pretty sure it starts here.
The audience to understand there was a time when things were good. There was a time when you wanted to join in matrimony and have a family.
1.5. It's at 1.5. Is that too fast?
It's good.
So can you bring us back sort of to that day when it happened and so on, and just bring us up into
the married the day after my birthday. We got married June 21st, 2008. It was a very hot summer day. I remember our vehicle didn't have air conditioning. I didn't get to spend the night at my house, so I was oversleeping on a couch at a friend's house because can't be in the house with the bride the night before the wedding. Kind of take her. So yeah. And literally the stress of it all, I actually had a migraine the whole night. So it's not like I got to do anything fun or exciting. I was sitting there like, I need water, I need ibuprofen, and I need my head smashed in with a hammer.
What did you wear? Traditional tuxedo? Or was it a cowboy wedding? What did you wear?
I wore it was a tuxedo. Well, no, it was a suit, brown suit. She was in a dress, beautiful dress. She was beautiful. I mean, I still remember some of the comments that she made that, she was like, you've never.
Cue the fake crying. Cue the fake crying. Let's normalize it here. Cue the fake crying.
Big breath. Let's move on, Jen.
Oh, finally Tony speaks up. Tiny Teen Tony, finally you speak up. Let's move on, Jen. Let's move on. You got to be fucking joking me right now, Jack. But yeah, here, hold on. Watch what she says.
So that this night occurs, this is, you love her, she loves you.
So we go through, we end up getting married, walk down the aisle, my dad.
Did you notice that was a good way of saying fuck you? We don't give a rat's ass what you got to say. Anyways, back to it. You loved her and so on and so
Yeah, I thought that was funny. I mean, let's
use to keep talking about it. Listen.
Dad actually is the one that walked her down the aisle. Afterwards, we had a little country boil.
Tony just said, all right, Jen, come on, let's move on now. Let's move on. And she goes right back to it.
At the back of my parents' house. Sat there. There are pictures in my wedding album that I still have where I'm walking around with a huge bottle of champagne. And that's what I was drinking on all night while other people were drinking beer. I'm carrying a bottle of champagne around. And my mom and dad got us a hotel room and everything. And we got there. There was some expensive cheese and grapes and stuff like that. And she started watching TV. And I was like, I'm drunk. I'm going to bed. And I don't think she ever really forgave me for it or let me forget it either. But.
And that's what I said last night. Wow. On your wedding day, you went in and said, I'm drunk as hell. I'm going to bed.
That is
And he said she never let me forget it and she never let me live it down. Well, you know what?
Shocker.
Now I see why y'all ain't married anymore.
Yeah, yeah, so romantic. Drunk. You continue.
I'm drunk. I walked around and drank champagne all night, even though I said I had a headache and a migraine.
I love the part. I love the part he memorized. He had more lovely memories of the cheese than like he didn't say.
Expensive cheese and grapes, and she watched TV, and I said, "I'm drunk. I'm going to bed."
And he doesn't even say "Oh, she was beautiful. We had a wonderful wedding. We had so much fun." It was like, "Oh, the grapes and the cheese. It's great." And
how about the reason there's a reason the groom doesn't see the bride? It's part of tradition.
Yeah,
and there's reasons behind that. It's just not an inconvenience. You don't.
Yeah.
I'm gonna shut up now.
Yeah, that was kind of funny. I was sitting there, I was like, oh my God, is this serious? Like he has more fond memories of the cheese and grapes than his own wife. Holy fuck. And he really loves that cheese. Jesus Christ. And he's like, I don't know why this marriage ended. I can get an idea at this point, sir. I think I got an idea.
Respect to leave the house the night before the wedding, but he didn't have enough respect to consummate those vows that he just pledged to her on her wedding night.
Well, he didn't have enough respect to, remember anything other than the grapes and the cheese and the wine. You know what I mean? Like, he wasn't like, oh, she was so beautiful and we had this wonderful wedding and we danced, or we were just having this great time. It's like, it sounded like it was like a terrible memory. And the only highlight of that day, like he went to a meeting and the only highlight was the cheese, the free food, and the booze. And that was pretty much it.
I'm with Delicate Titanium on this one. Katie escaped, in my opinion.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. But that's crazy to me. That is nuts.
Why would Coffin Doofer ask this question?
Because she was probably given a list of questions that she's allowed to ask, and this is probably one of them. Because you can clearly see there, like, a lot of them are
relevance, Your Honor. Relevance.
Okay.
How long ago was this marriage and wedding night? And what does it have to do with the price of tea in China today?
Well, I mean, I think it was I think, in my opinion, they saw the interview with, I think this was right after the situation when Chris and Katie jumped on Queen Bee, and there was people that liked them talking about, nice things and stuff like that. And
oh, that makes sense, B. Tim. I didn't think about the timing of it.
Yeah, so they probably were trying to make it like less like a negativity and try to push like a more positive message and stuff like that. The problem is he was mostly talking about himself and not his missing child a lot of times, and his wife and stuff, just a thought.
Bree makes a great point. To be fair, that cheese was really good, Bree, and it probably was better than the marriage.
Yeah, that's kind of a sad commentary, to be honest with you. A very sad commentary.
I didn't write it. I just read it. Back off there.
It's a very sad commentary to the...
Dude, Brie is some of the best cheese, and it can be hella crazy expensive.
I'm not saying your commentary is bad. I'm saying the commentary that the cheese was more important to Seth to remember than the marriage.
No, the cheese was better than the marriage.
Oh my God. That's crazy. That is crazy.
Oh my goodness. And if you can do like rosemary infused
So you can do like a rosemary oil infused seasoning over like mixed nuts and throw that with the brie. And if you put it under the broiler for just a few minutes, then you can cut that top off and it's like a creamy little dish all inside, and you can dip oh my God, I love brie cheese. Oh, do I love it.
I think Seth found his future wife. You're interested?
Fuck no.
you two can talk about brie cheese and eat it.
Look at half the chat. They understand brie. They understand brie.
They understand brie. We're gonna have to ban half the chat. We're gonna have to ban them. Time out half the chat immediately. Get rid of all these people. Get rid of them. Get out of here. Get out of here.
Well, I can't say anything because when me and my husband got married, we went home. We were so tired. We stopped and picked up a frozen pizza and a 12-pack of pop and went home, started making the pizza in the oven, and both fell asleep woke up to a burning pizza in a smoke-filled house. So we weren't drunk. We were just so beat. We were so tired.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
He loves at the pizza ablaze.
Yeah.
Ever since that day, she changed her name to Cheesy Wheezy because it's to remember the burnt cheese pizza
right?
that she did not get.
Oh my God, that's funny.
Yeah.
I will never let another pizza burn again.
But how disrespectful to your wife to get that drunk at your wedding. I mean, I understand drinking and have a good time, but to get that drunk where you can't even control yourself, I mean, I don't know. I think it's rude.
Yes. It shows me that there's another part of that story that he doesn't want to tell you, because he jumps from I remember these great cheese and food to I was hammered and I was drinking tons of booze and I was tired. To me, there's a middle part to that story he does not want to say. And my opinion, it was probably something very stressful that caused him to want to grab a bottle of booze. Now, does that matter at all to this case? No. But it's an interesting little thing to pick up while he's basically telling us his whole life story.
It was probably Katie telling him, I don't want your slobbery ass touching me right now.
It's like
drunk ass.
It's like, you smell like cheese. I need you to stop rolling on me. Like, stay away from me. You smell like cheese. Take a shower. Get out of here. Why do you smell like brie cheese all over yourself?
Yeah.
It's like, oh my God.
And again, what does any of that do to help find Sebastian?
Right.
Well, I don't think it does anything, but
it doesn't, from my perspective.
No, it doesn't. It's just more BS stuff. You know how it is.
Damn.
It's a lot of projection and transference, Clue.
Brittany, looks like you you got like two different accounts up here at the same time. I just popped back in here and you have there's two different accounts up here. Not sure what's going on, but now they're both gone. Were you trying to come up on panel, or were you just dropping a link, or? Go look at that one in the back chat, mute before you watch it. Miss Brittany, you're up here.
Hey, Queen. Sorry, it bounced me before I could say anything.
No, I didn't, baby. There was 2 accounts up here. Both of them had your name, but one of them was a different account. I'm not sure if they were both you but then they were both gone. So were you up here under 2 different names or?
No, ma'am, I was not.
Huh. Okay. Well, that was kind of odd. That was kind of odd.
I'm sorry, but only.
Well, if it wasn't you, then I don't know who it would have been. You know,
Yeah.
I don't know if somebody was using your name or if it just doubled up and came up here, but it was 2 different names back there. So, but go ahead, baby. It's okay. I'll just keep an eye out.
Yeah. It may have done that, but all I was gonna say is, I wonder if Seth Rogers has heard the song "Why You So Obsessed" by Mariah Carey. Because if not, somebody really needs to play that for him. Because it totally it describes his obsession with Katie, and that's what it has become, is an obsession. We are totally losing the point, which is a missing teenager who hasn't been home for almost 4 months, I believe. And he needs to focus on that instead of bashing Katie. But that's all I was going to say, and I'm sorry for the trouble.
Well, it probably wasn't your fault.
That's fine. It's fine.
And Voices, I'm coming over for snacks. It sounds like you're a good cook. I'm coming over for snacks.
No one's going over. No one's going to go over her house. You're not going over her house.
She sounds like a good cook.
Yeah, she you know, I mean, she
does.
does.
You realize it's going to take a plane, a train, and an automobile to get here. So get ready because you got 3 days of traveling to arrive.
You also might be attacked by buffalo or deer that's just hanging around her backyard for some reason.
I can't help it that they follow me home and they like it when I play music for them. It's not my fault.
Wait a minute. You play do you like go in your backyard and start playing music for your buffalo and deer?
No, well, I go out to the bison pasture. I roll all the windows down and I crank the music from the car for them. So yes, I go out and I play them music.
When you said plane, trains, and automobiles, it made me think of Those Aren't Pillows. That movie.
Yep.
One of my favorite scenes of that movie. Where are your hands? Oh, between 2 pillows. Those aren't pillows.
But I just wanted to say thank you for letting me up, and sorry for the trouble with StreamYard, and also sorry for the trouble yesterday. I still feel bad.
I'm not sure what happened yesterday, but it's okay. It's all good, baby.
All right.
No biggie. We'll have a good day, love.
You too.
All right, baby. Bye.
Bye.
Let's see here. I don't even know what happened yesterday, but something must have happened.
I'm not sure.
Did you see those links back there?
Yes, I had just finished up watching them. I mean, the clip channels have their work cut out for them, correct? There's plenty of content out there that's absolutely alarming at this moment.
Oh yeah, and I need to make sure I put these the interviews, because I'm telling you right now, there's definitely comparisons with Seth saying nobody, the game, he wasn't on the game. Now he says he's on the game.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's other things going on. Peggy, you're up here with us. Peggy, you're up here with us.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can now, baby. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I hear you good.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm all right.
It's hot, and I needed to move on.
It's hot.
It is hot.
It is hot.
I mean, it's like 90 degrees here, but I don't use an air conditioner and I don't feel anything. I don't even sweat during 90 degrees.
Oh my god.
Oh, shut up, B Tim.
Oh
It
my
is 94
God.
degrees here, and my air
We
conditioner
get
didn't
hot.
shut off.
No.
No, your body gets used to it. That's how it goes for me. Like your body gets used to it, and then like if you get cool, and if you really, yes, it does.
No. You sometimes people suffer from heat stroke and they're not allowed to get above 80 degrees.
Well, it's 96 here, which is like 100 and something right now. I'm down south though.
Well, just have a nice. I mean, you can always make yourself homemade fruit ice cream. Fruit ice cream.
No, it would never freeze down here. Anyway.
Anyhow, what's up?
My question I'm having is, have we ever learned why Seth didn't see Sebastian for almost a month before he went missing?
Nope.
Okay, I thought I might have missed something.
No, I never saw that.
I didn't even hear what was. Can you say that again?
Oh,
Okay.
why Seth? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, ask your question.
No, my question was, had we learned why Seth hadn't seen Sebastian for like almost a month before he went missing?
I don't think it was a month. I think that Clue helped correct us that it was approximately 3 weeks. Not we originally we had thought we'd heard a month, and then we'd heard 6 weeks, and so now I think it was only 3 weeks. But no, I don't know as to why. I don't know.
But then there was that post from SF Investigates that time on Twitter about why was there, well, we'd like to know why the police were at your house a few weeks before he went missing. So I don't know if that's true or if that had anything to do with it or what, but.
Oh, I hadn't heard that part.
Yeah, I never heard an elaboration on that, so that's why I say I don't know if it was true or what. I don't know. Usually SF Investigates doesn't put stuff out that's not true, but he never elaborated on it.
Okay, because that's been playing on my mind, and every time I watch him in interviews now, I'm sitting here going, something's off. There's something off with him. But okay, I'm going to go back into the bushes.
But who knows? It could have been him working too, because I've heard him on an interview that he was like, when I'm working, I don't have or something about, when I don't have Sebastian, I'm working. So maybe he was working. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Who knows?
Oh.
Well, how long has he been on short-term disability? And we knew that coworkers also donated PTO. Was that, did he go on short-term disability after Sebastian went missing? Was he on it prior to? Again, questions.
Well, he wouldn't have been on it prior to, because he was working the night Sebastian went missing. You don't work on part-time disability, I don't think. Unless it's a workman's comp thing, then they have you working, but if they have a job that you can do. So I'm not sure. That was a good question, though.
Well, like I said, I'm going to go back to the bushes, and I want to thank you guys for trying to keep some straightness to this madness that's out there. I was there for Summer Wells, now I'm here for this, and oh my goodness. That's all I can say is, oh my goodness.
There's so much BS out there, though. There's so much BS.
Sure.
Sorry. There's so much BS out there. Sometimes it feels like we're not making any headway, though, doesn't it?
Oh.
You know, You try to write these things, but sometimes it just feels like it's all getting lost, you know?
Mm-hmm. And I really want to thank Queen for your comment earlier about the overusage of the autism. I think I've been up here before, and I told you my son has Asperger's, and he is very, very smart. As a matter of fact, they first told me he was going to get a, what do they call that? Honorary diploma from high school. And I was like, what? He was ABs all the time. What's going on? So I ended up talking with his counselor. I don't know who the gentleman called me and said, oh, he's getting an honorary. And I'm like, what? And she said, oh, no. He's got a full, and he can go to any college he wants to. Whew, thank God, because he worked so hard.
Nice.
And it's not that he doesn't have intelligence. He lacks a little bit in streetwise. And more I hear about Sebastian, I kind of feel he's the same way. They don't have that social skills. You know, like my son does not get sarcasm. He's 20. He just, oh my God, he just turned 23. Huh. I'm having heart palpitation. Give me a minute. But yeah, he still has that. He doesn't get sarcasm. He's rough at telling a joke. So, you know, think about when you're in your teen years and you're in high school and you're trying to fit in. He was like that awkward Joe. It was hard for him to fit in. And like I said, one of the best things he did was he himself joined the ROTC program, and that's where he made his friends. So,
yeah.
To hear them say that Sebastian can't, he's autistic, and I'm betting that boy can run circles around some of these people.
Right.
He would just be awkward with approaching someone he doesn't know. You know,
or you have his dad saying when he approaches somebody, if he doesn't like your attitude, he tries to be rude. And I'm like, wait, what?
No, I'm sorry, I almost said those
Nothing
kids.
like his mom described him. Nothing at all.
No.
From my understanding, he was a very sweet kid, and he was very nice, and he was very polite.
Mm-hmm. And all through my son's educational journey, that was the one thing I heard all the time was, you know, he's so polite, he's so sweet. I'm sorry, hang on.
Yeah, I don't think autism or, you know, people should say, you know, Sebastian, he's autistic Sebastian, you know, but I just don't think that should be in the sense every single time his name is fucking said. I don't believe that he should be labeled autistic every time someone fucking speaks about him. His name is Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. That's it. That's all. It doesn't have to be, you know, Sebastian with autism, or Sebastian has autism, or he's autistic. You know, he's Sebastian's autistic. So okay, and
yeah, that used to tick me off in the beginning because like the woman we don't talk about and stuff, you know, they all acted like they were like, oh my God, they left him alone. Oh my God, he did this. They did this with him. And it's like, no, he's a 15-year-old kid. Just because he was autistic doesn't mean he was stupid, you know?
Exactly.
That isn't with my experience. I have very little experience, but the experience I do have with people that have autism, they are not stupid at all. They're a lot smarter than a lot of people I know.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I had somebody come to my door.
It's okay. It's all right.
But yeah, I mean, like I said, he and like right now with him trying to look for work, he'll make eye contact, but then he has to look away. He can't. And I've noticed that I hear that a lot. But again, I appreciate that you're saying that just because these children have this, it doesn't define them. And I'm a little upset with Mr. Seth for allowing his son. Now I know he's 15, but you have to use a little bit more caution and a little bit more supervision with your children online. I don't care whether they are on the spectrum or not. I had an incident with my son where we gave him that little bit of freedom because of his age. And one day he was pacing and being a little odd. And I said, "What's going on?" Well, he met a young lady and he said it was his girlfriend. And I said, "Oh, an online girlfriend?" He goes, "Yeah." I said, "Okay." Well, a few days later, he's very upset and he's agitated. And I'm like, "What? Wait, slow down. What happened?" And I thought maybe the young lady dumped him or, No, she lived in Canada. This was the story she gave him. She lived in Canada. She didn't get along with her mom, and she wanted to come live with him. And yeah, and she was trying to get him to figure out how she could come here and live with us. And I'm like, whoa, whoa, wait a minute. Okay. Well, as I continued to speak with him, it just got weirder and weirder. And actually, it was and I have nothing, there's nothing against this. I'm just saying this is what threw him for a loop because he didn't understand at that time. She wasn't a she. She was transing. And he had no idea what that meant. So that upset him that he wasn't been truthful to. And he didn't know what he was supposed to do. And he was trying to figure out how to get money to her, and I'm like, no. So, like I said, even though he was maybe 16 at the time, like I said, he was socially, he wasn't where all his friends were. So, here's this young lady who says she wants to be his girlfriend, and she talked to him several days, and then all of a sudden it's like, I don't want to be here anymore. Can I come live with you? And trying to tell him how to help her get the money and how to get here and all this, and I didn't know about it. But I'm like, no, I have really got to start paying closer attention to what he's doing. So it can happen real easy. And that's why I said, if he allowed that young man access to the internet and then was sleeping or at work, who knows who that young man was talking to. And one thing I can say for sure is Mr. Seth had no idea.
Right.
No idea at all.
Right.
And it's very sad to hear his mother say, and his stepfather say, we knew he wasn't socially ready to deal with the things online that we all deal with. And his own father to say, well, that's their rule, not mine. Here, kid, go ahead and do what you want. That bothers me so much. To hear a father say that.
Yeah.
But again, thank you so much, Queen, for taking that stigma off these children, because to me, and what my late husband used to tell my son, it's just a word.
That's right.
It doesn't define who you are. It doesn't define where you'll be. It's just a word.
That's right.
Right. I've known this young man for his whole life, and he's probably about 29, 30. And I've known him his whole life. And it was just about a year or so ago that I found out that he had Asperger's. I never knew that. Couldn't tell.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't have known it if his mom didn't tell me.
Yep. Like I said, we didn't, and as a matter of fact, I can also relate to this case because we didn't get the diagnosis on my son until he was 12. And after we got the diagnosis, I searched and searched for any group that could help me, any a support that I could support him with. And you know, if you're not a baby or a toddler, there's not a single program in the state of Alabama to help these kids. I could find no help. So winging a prayer, and he and a counselor at school, we got through this. But again, you know, to me, he was just my little wild card. You never knew what you were going to get.
Right.
Yeah, and he did fine. And we didn't tell him until it was almost the end of middle school that somebody was a rotten counselor that I didn't like, that well, actually case manager that he had for his IEP, made a comment to him, and he came home from school a little mad at me and his father. And I'm like, what did we do to you? You didn't tell me. I have. And he said, I'm like, oh, where'd you hear that? And he said that case manager had told him. I can't remember her name. And I looked at my husband, and he looked at me. He says, oh, Lord, I'm in trouble now. So the next day, I went to the school and said, you know, we never told him on purpose. He didn't need to know. You know, this was something that you know, once you put a label on somebody, sometimes that person tries to be that label and not be themselves. And we wanted him to be himself. So we didn't tell him he had a label. But that woman at school made sure he knew he had that label. But with a lot of love and support, he continued getting his A's and B's. And, you know, he used to say, why do I have to work twice as hard as the other kids? Some kids just have to.
Yep, that's what it is.
Some kids do, even if they don't have issues, they still have to do that. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Some kids just don't get it as fast. I was terrible at math. I couldn't get it. And
Me
then
either.
all of a sudden one day, as an adult, it was like, why was this so hard when I was a kid? You know, because it just clicked as when I was an adult, when I was a little smarter, a little more mature, I guess you'd say.
Mhm.
And all of a sudden, one day it just clicked, and it was like, why did I have so much hard time with this? You know, and then.
Oh, so
Yeah.
cheesy! You're saying there's hope that one day it'll just click for me and it'll get easy, because I
Yeah.
still struggle with math. I listen. I can remember some of my childhood like memories are sitting at the kitchen table and crying over my math.
Oh yes.
Me too.
I mean, I'm traumatized from it. My parents, I remember, like, it's gonna sound awful, and God rest my mama's soul, but my mom looked at me one day and she's like, I don't understand how you can be my daughter and be this dumb.
Oh my gosh.
It's terrible.
It's awful. It's awful. And I think honestly, it was probably, now that I look back at it, it's probably a gut reaction, right? And it was one of those moments where mom shouldn't have spoken, but she still did. It just fell out her mouth, which we all know that I have the same issue. So I mean, it makes sense now, because if my mouth doesn't say it, my face totally will.
But sometimes as parents, we don't always make the right decisions with what we say or what. I mean, I know I've said a few things to my kids I probably shouldn't have said. You know.
Well, and listen, my mama was only 15 when she had me, right?
Yeah.
We grew up together.
Right.
I mean, my mama was 15 when I was born. So, like, I got to give the grace that I never gave her when she was alive, I've found to be able to give as I've matured and she's passed on.
But that's a good example of why this case kind of ticks me off with some of the things about like Chris hitting him with a belt. I understand it's not good. But what if it was just that one incident and Katie nipped it in the bud and said, hey, I don't agree with this, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And he never did it again. Like he said, he's never done it again, you know? And just different things that Katie has done, Seth has done, you know, we nitpick every little thing that these people, not all of us, but some of the people nitpick every little thing that these people do. We all are not perfect parents. We all have not done perfect. And if you are a perfect parent, let me know. I would like to, you know, I'd like to give you an award, because I've never seen a perfect parent. I have fabulous parents. My parents were the best parents you could ever imagine. I love my parents. And, but no, they weren't perfect parents either. I could count on a couple of different hands on how many times they probably made the wrong decision in their parenting. But you know what? I made it through and I love them to death. And like I said, they were the best parents I ever could have had, you know?
And I was born in '64, so you got to remember,
Yeah.
well, I don't want to. My dad, yeah,
yeah.
But I turned out fine. My
Right.
5 siblings. How many do I have? 5 siblings. They turned out fine. But I'll be honest. Once I had my daughter, I only my hand, if I
Yeah.
needed to. It was just my hand. But I grew up, like I said, I knew what the belt meant, and I knew what a hairbrush and a wooden spoon might lead to. So,
Mhm.
you know, but times change, and that's fine. But I don't judge anybody for how they run their own home and how they
Yeah.
bring their children up, because it's not my business. I mean, even with my grandchildren, I'm like, why do you have to do that? Well, that was their choice. So I have to sit here and go, you know, and my grandchildren know it, and if they're with me, I would put them on a wall or in a chair, or, and my daughter would come home and say, Mom, you could give them a little pop on their behind. I said, nope, they're not my children. They're my grandchildren. I'm not.
Yeah.
So, a wall gets the point across just as well as, anything else. But again, that's coming from someone who, like I said, I grew up with a hairbrush and a wooden spoon, and Dad's cop punishment. But, boy, you had to really do something bad to get it. But we all tasted it at one point or another,
Right.
And again, didn't break me, didn't hurt me, And sometimes I think the little lack of, trying to use a different word, steering from parents today is missing, sadly, and you see it in some children.
Right.
So
the general parent, in my observation as somebody who does not have kids, the general observation is I very rarely hear parents say no to their children. They say later, yes, let's go. But I've yet to on a regular, even with all of my friends that have kids, they very rarely tell them no.
Yeah.
Well, I can remember, gosh golly, I'm 60, so I think I was 16, and I remember sitting at the kitchen table. My mom had gone shopping, and she came in, and her hair was disarray, and her makeup had smeared a little. I'm like, Mom, what in the world happened to you? And she sat down, and I kind of nodded my head, and my brothers ran to get the groceries from the car, and we're putting the groceries away, and I got her a cup of coffee, and she's sitting there, and she says, somebody get a calendar, because we need to mark this day down. And I'm like, what in the world? And she said, from this day forward, the world is going to hell in a handbasket. I said, what happened? Well, there was a child in the store, or a young person in the store, just giving his mama heck and saying things that no child should say to their mama. And the whole time my mother shopped, this woman and this kid were right in the aisle she was in, or the next aisle over. And she came home and she said, if that had been one of mine, we'd have gone to the bathroom, people. And she said, this lady never gave into this kid. And, no, Johnny. And I'm just using Johnny. I don't know what the real name was, but she said, and it was just, no, Johnny, no, don't touch it, Johnny. Oh my God, Johnny, what did you do? And, he broke something, and she said, I just couldn't wait to get out of that store. She says, that child's going to grow up with nothing to teach his children. And I look outside sometimes today and I go, it's getting better, because a lot of my son's friends were very, polite and conscientious of people and respectful. And I think it's making a small comeback. But there's a whole section out there that, oh my Lord. And it scares me, because one day they may be taking care of me in a nursing home. Just saying. But, again, it's...
I think a lot of times people overcompensate. So I would say like the previous generation was a little bit more harsher. And then the parent, like, basically overcompensates and might just be a little bit too soft on the kid when it comes to certain disciplinary actions that they should do. Now, I don't think you should hit your kid because I don't think that's actually something you should do, because obviously, that's not the appropriate thing. But actually, I believe, like, basically taking away certain things, like, you have to earn your privileges. TV is a privilege. Going on your computer and playing video games or looking things up or watching is a privilege, and you just take those away. And for you to earn privileges, you need to do things. And I think, like, a lot of parents should just do that type of thought process, where it's like, if you're not going to clean your room, then you're going to have a privilege removed, because in life, that's how it goes. You don't get extra things when you don't do work. But yeah, I think people just overcompensate. They probably had a restrict being raised strictly, and then they had a situation where eventually they overcompensate. They don't want to really be in that situation, and then you have a situation like that. But just like the old saying goes, spoil the child, spare the rod, spoil the child.
Right.
I'm going to do a poll real quick, and it's an anonymous one. Nobody can tell what you voted for or whatever. But I want to know how many people spank. How many people spank, or how many people still believe in spanking? I'm going to put it we're going to do a poll.
Well, in my defense, Your Honor, my daughter was born in 1988. And the only
I'm not saying that at all.
Oh, no. But I'm just saying.
I just want to get an accurate kind of like, because a lot of us say, okay, well, we had our asses what we got spanked, blah, 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 but we're doing just fine now.
Yeah, I'm just saying that
generation, but then there's a generation too where if you spank your kids,
because the schools put all that out
for it. You know what I mean? Like,
well, like I said, in my defense, the only time my daughter got 3 little pop-pops to her butt from my hand was she went to get a ball and walked between 2 parked cars, and I just happened to yank her back, and I said, "Oh my Lord, child, what?" And I stood her in front of the car first and said, "What do you see?" And she looked at me and I said, "Can you see the driver in the car?" And she goes, "No." I said, "What do you see?" And she pointed to the front of the car. I said, "And that driver can't see you." I said, "You could have been hit, my darling." And she just, So yes, I did give her 3 little pop-pops right there on her butt. And I said, "Don't you ever do that again." And you know what? I don't know how many years it went on. If she came to a crosswalk or a parking lot, she would stop and wait for me. She didn't go any further until she took my hand and crossed the road or crossed the parking lot, because she got the message that you just don't do that. And I said, had I not, I think she would have darted across to chase a ball again. And it scared me to death. But other than that,
I personally don't hit or use spanking as a discipline, even with my dog. I have twisted a horse's lip when I've gotten bit before, but for the most part,
Wait a minute, voice. Did you say you twisted a horse's lip?
Yes.
Oh my God.
When Bonnie bit me last summer and left a great big mark as I got a hold of her, after she bit my back shoulder, I grabbed her bottom lip and I twisted it, just like I was instructed to do. I was instructed to do that by the owner of the horse. Again, I personally would not have done any of that had I not been instructed, because I am so afraid that in a moment of swatting, like, my 40 plus years of rage are going to pop out and I'm going to end up hurting, because of the difference between disciplining and abusing. And I don't want to be that.
Also, I would say that this was, like the 80s you were probably talking about, ma'am, right?
Oh, honey, I was born in
No, I'm talking about the lady that's on the thing where she...
Oh,
no, your kid was like, it was in the 80s. Yeah, so this is a different time period. You know what I mean? Like, it's a completely different time period. Believe me, it was, a light spank in the 80s was probably considered light, if you think about it, unfortunately.
Oh, yeah, I didn't hurt her.
Yeah.
I mean, it was just little pop, pop, pop. No, come on. And then I think the speech following it, where I told her that, you know, if that car had hit her, there'd be no more toys, no more grandma hugs, in a box 6 feet under, and that's it. And she just looked at me like, what? And I think that speech scared her more than my 3 little pups to her little behind.
Yeah, I think mostly verbal and also just taking away things is probably the best usual things usually, because I feel like teaching a person consequences for their actions, and like there's privileges that you can get and there's privileges that can be taken away. You know, like whenever I thought back when I was raised, that was usually the punishments that were most impactful, not the spanking or anything like that, because all you really do when you hit someone, and this is just my personal opinion, is that you just give them a little bit of anger towards the person. And that's usually what happens. But if you take away a privilege, you know, for instance, one of the situations was that, you know, no TV was one thing I had, and no, sometimes, and no, like, let's say, lights at night or something like that. So usually I would just start reading books. That's what I'd be like the situation I would go. But I would understand that TV was a privilege and certain things were privileges. So I just think consequence, and also you kind of teach a kid where, you know, your bad behavior takes away your privilege. Just like in real life, if you break the law, you lose your privilege. You lose your privilege to go to bed when you want to, and you lose your privilege of having freedom. And you kind of teaching your kid earlier on that way. But that's just my opinion. And plus, things were a lot different in the 80s, the 70s, the 60s, or 90s, or even early 2000s, probably. People just did, it was a lot different with the thought process.
When I was a kid and got grounded for 2 weeks, I was like, can't you just spank me? Because the pain only lasted for a few minutes, whereas if they grounded me, it was a week.
The thing is, people say like no lights at night was abusive. I wasn't scared of the dark. Actually, I would, you know, particularly had no fear. I have like no fear of darkness at all. I can literally walk around in pitch blackness without any worry. Usually, I've actually kind of just got used to it. I actually like a very dark environment, so I don't have an issue with darkness. It was never an issue for me. A matter of fact, whenever I had like a nightmare as a child, I usually just walked around at night, and it was very calm for me. So, I mean, I don't know. It's just a little bit different. I was never afraid of the dark. And actually, that's something I grew up with. I was never scared of the dark. I actually thought of the dark as a nice thing. I know what a lot while.
That's me, like growing up in the country, growing up where it was so rural. I was never scared of dark. I mean, it's dark at 5 o'clock here, and life still has to go on and exist. So dark isn't like, but you add lightning and thunder and rain to that. Yep, I'm gonna be in my closet.
Can I correct something in the chat, please? Somebody called me out saying that I do the same thing to Seth, talk about his parenting. And I don't talk about his parenting per se. I talk about the shit that he's coming on here and saying this crap about different things about Seth or Sebastian that shouldn't be said on here. And his parenting, I have said that he leaves his kid for 16 hours a day or whatever. But in the past, I have also said I am not dogging him for that, because there are a lot of parents out here who have to do that because they're single parents and they have no other option but to leave their kid alone while they're working. So I have said that, and I have given Seth a lot of grace, but the shit that he's doing right now is not okay. And I'm sorry, but I will pick on him showing his kid what a beatdown is when he turns on the blood and gore on the thing. I know I never sheltered my kids from TV and movies and whatever. I mean, that wasn't a huge deal with me, but I mean, for him to do that, I mean, come on, right? You know, and I'm calling out the lies. The lies is a bunch of, everything he says is a lie. It's because we catch him in it all the time. So, anyways.
And I noticed something named Odin Girl was saying that each child needs to be disciplined differently. And I agree 110% with that. My daughter, as my father used to say, some people have to learn by hitting their head on the wall and others don't. That girl is as stubborn as the day is long. Where my son, no, I didn't have to do that. Now, a lot of times I had backup because unlike my daughter, I was a single parent with her. And then I married my husband and we had my son. Now, I could say to my son, Please don't do that. That you can't. And I would look at my husband and say, can I get a little backup here? And he'd turn around and say, what'd your mother say? And boom, he'd instantly do it. And I'm like, how do you do that? What is you got that I don't have? You know? But that's true. My son was never spanked. He was never, I would take things away, which would sometimes lead to a bigger meltdown for him. But once he got over it, he would say, I know I did wrong, Mom. So it's like things change, yes. But again, when anybody decides how to raise their children, nobody has a right to say they're right or wrong unless they're harming them.
Oh, and can I say one more thing? Also, me saying something about somebody's parenting, I'm not saying that that's the reason that they killed their kid. I'm not picking out every little thing saying, oh my God, he spanked his kid, he must have killed him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And as far as Seth leaving his son home, in my opinion, even though the child was 15 years of age, having someone come in the home and monitor him would not have been a bad idea. I trusted my son, and yes, like I said, he's highly intelligent, but there were things he was awkward with doing. So if I wasn't home with him, his dad was home with him, or he went with us. I didn't start really leaving him alone until, I guess he was like 19. And then I said, I'm running to the store. You want to go? He'd say no. I said, okay, well, keep the doors locked, and I'll be home in about 30 minutes. And he's since gained, like I said, he just turned 23. So, and he just recently took a trip to our main city for what do they call that, Comcast convention, and he stayed in a hotel for 2 nights and a day, and he did wonderful. And I was very proud of him that he could do that. But he called his mom every day. Just saying, he checked in twice a day to let me know everything was going well. But I wouldn't have, if I had to have worked and not been a stay-at-home mom, I think I would have found somebody, a cousin, a sister, a neighbor, a friend, just to come stay and make sure everything's okay. Because sometimes in an emergency, they don't react the way they really should. And that would scare me to death. But apparently Seth is okay, thinking that he can handle everything. So, again, in my opinion.
Let me see. I wonder what that was. He allegedly worked many hours. Last August is when he finally got off his job probation, named correctional. Yeah, it's like, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know about that. I wouldn't leave any teenager alone. But to me, I don't understand why because Chris and Katie kind of have this situation where he could have worked out with her. And I don't know why he didn't work her out with, say, hey, can you put me on weekends with this person when I'm off? But I don't know. That's just a thought, but that has nothing to do with this subject. It's just curious.
Right. I thought somebody had said over in another channel, they had said something about they work 3 on, 3 off or something like that.
Yeah.
It seems like he could have made up some kind of because the way Katie and Chris and Seth all talk was it was kind of like a free for all. He could have Sebastian whenever he wanted. So why couldn't they have worked something out? But
yeah. What's up, Rowan? Your system was a little bit messed up. Are you better now,
Am I
bro?
still messed up?
Yes.
I'm still messed up.
You're fuzzy.
I'll be back. I'm sorry.
Sounds like we're talking in a seance. Bro, from the great beyond. T-Rebs, it's T-Rebs.
No, bro, your mic is bad. Oh, no, she just fell off.
It was like T-Rebs Spirit Box. We were talking with Roro from
Yeah, it
Beyond
was
the
bad, bro. Come back up when you can.
She was screwing with B Tim at the end. She's like, "Oh, B Tim."
Hey, Katie K. You back, bro? Yeah,
this better?
Little bit, yeah.
Are you sure? I can hop down.
No,
No,
it's
it's good.
better.
Now it's clear.
Okay. Look, y'all ain't y'all ain't had a spanking till you've had a spanking from a nun, baby. Girl. Sister Constance wore me out. And then my mama wore me out when I got home, and then Dad got home from work, he wore me out. So, I think everything, it's just, and you know your child. And one thing I saw in chat a few minutes ago, and I think it was Glory that said it, however you parent your child, whether it's with words or a pop on the butt or taking something away, uh, don't give yourself a few minutes and don't do it out of anger. That's when bad things can happen. Just like we always told new moms, you're gonna be tired, you're gonna be exhausted, your baby's gonna cry, you're not gonna know what to do, you're gonna be overwhelmed, you're gonna be all the things. Put your baby in the crib and walk out of the room, and if they cry, it's okay. Go back in 5 minutes. But that's when bad things. Just don't do things out of anger. So I thought that was a really good comment. That's why I hopped up. And the nun thing. So there's that.
I agree.
I agree. My left hand has marks from nuns. Yeah.
Oh yeah, girl. Look, Sister Constance wore me out, man. I'm telling you. But
Yep.
it's all
Those.
right. My mom, look, she just grabbed whatever was closest. It's like one
Mm-hmm.
time she hit me. We had a Volkswagen Bug, and I was in the back seat, and she took off her sandal, and she was just whacking like driving down the road and just like swinging it. You didn't know what she was hitting, and I'm ducking and dodging. I should have been a boxer. I was like, "Ooh, you missed me! Ooh, ooh, ooh!" And then she broke the yardstick on my butt. And so then we went to a fly swatter, and the fly swatter, I didn't care about getting a spanking. I was more
Mm-hmm.
worried about the fly guts getting on my butt. That I was
Yeah.
I was so traumatized by that. I was like, oh, it's dirty, beat me with something clean. But like if people would have listened to me, like in Walmart when my daughter was little, I'd look at her and go, I'm gonna jerk a knot in you. Now, was I gonna go home and really jerk a knot in my daughter? No. But she knew then, she knew that Mama's done. I'm done with it. That's your
Mm-hmm.
warning. I'm gonna jerk a knot in you, and
Like,
she knew. That's your. I'm done. Don't do it.
Yep.
I don't know how many times my mom told me she was going to knock my teeth down my throat, but never once did she ever hit me in the face.
Right. I've
Never.
never.
My mom never punched me or hit me in the face.
Oh,
You
my
know?
mama did. Yep, my mama gave me a warning that said, I'm gonna knock your fucking teeth down your throat. And then the next time, she had a mean fucking left backhand. I got a
Well,
scar on my
that's
face that matches her fucking wedding ring. And you know what?
Mm.
I never fucking said it again.
See, that's what I'm saying. Like that's what I mean. Like, so older generations are like, we went through this already. We used to get our asses handed to us. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Right.
Girl,
Look,
I've
my
woken up
mom.
on the fucking floor and my mom's saying, breathe, it'll be okay. I bet you never fucking say that to me again.
Well, and that's true with the older generations. Like my dad, he'll tell you about the dad wanting to go out and get the switch and the belt and everything like that. I never got that. I mean, I did get spankings, but nothing like my dad talked about with the nurses, or I mean the nuns and the paddles and everything else,
Mm-hmm.
and the rulers and stuff like that. I never got anything like that. I actually had very good experiences with nuns because I was a sickly kid in the hospital a lot, and nuns took care of me.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, my parents were never abusive like that. But I remember some stories about my dad. My dad used to tell me about some of the
Mm-hmm.
spankings he
Listen,
got, and I mean, I would call that abuse,
if
But
you took and if you compared it to what my dad and his dad endured, that wasn't abuse.
Mm-hmm.
But
That
see,
wasn't abuse. So
and I
they, in
think
my
like
opinion,
But
it's still
see,
better than
it
the prior
changes with every
generation.
generation. You know what I
it
mean? It
does.
changes with every
Yep,
generation.
It
absolutely.
it
does.
does.
It does.
It does.
And I
And
probably
it's like,
spanked my kids less than my parents spanked me.
oh
And I
yeah,
think, grandparents, they don't spank and they're like, don't hit my child, don't hit my grandchild.
yeah.
Yep. Yep.
But I mean,
Okay.
I can say that like, and I mean, I'll go ahead and say it because I don't care. But like my daughter, we lived on a busy street. I told her, I said, come over here, come over here. She didn't. She looked at me. She put her hands on her hips, and she ran straight out in the middle of that road.
Oh my Lord.
And I grabbed her up by her arm. And yes, I popped her on the butt 3 times over her clothes, and she couldn't go outside and play. Now, did she cry that I spanked her on the butt? It didn't even make my hand tingle. She was more upset that she couldn't go outside and play, and I was so mad. And I had to tell her, look, this is what could happen to you. And she was tiny, and you have to do age appropriate. Now, when she got older, see, thank God we didn't have Facebook and all this mess when my daughter was coming up. MySpace had just happened. And one day she got in trouble on MySpace because I'm a nosy, you know what. And I was like, she really wasn't doing anything bad, but I was still like, and that's before you kind of knew about the whole internet, all the things, you know. And I just didn't like what she was doing. So I said, you're grounded from the computer. That's it. I didn't make a big deal out of it. I said, you're grounded from the computer. And that's when you had a desktop. There wasn't laptops back then. This is when the dinosaurs roamed the earth. And I just unplugged the keyboard, and I put it in the trunk of my car, and I went to work that night. Yeah. Well, about 2 hours after I got to work, I get a phone call. And she's like, where's the keyboard? And I'm like, well, now you grounded from another day, because why would you even be worried about where it was at? Because you was going to go get on it while I was at work. So where's your daddy? And now I'm keeping it another day. You want to shoot for 3? Let's do it. Her world ended. I mean, it just ended. The best thing that I ever did was get my daughter a cell phone at age 13. It was great. I was like, give me your phone. Just give it to me. You know, and it was like, you either give me the phone, or I'm going to take the phone and you won't get it back because I paid the bill, little girl. And she knew. I mean, but that's the part where it's like you have to follow through. It's like you can't threaten, you know, well, I'm gonna spank you if you do this again, and then they fall out on the floor and they do it again, and then you don't do whatever you're gonna say, or I'm gonna take your toy if you do this again, and then they do it again, and you never follow through. So whatever your idea of parenting is, whether it's and each situation is different. Yes. Do I feel bad for whacking my child on the butt 3 times? No, because you know what? She never went out on that road again. My child's alive, so no, I don't. You know, I don't feel bad about that, and you know, but she knew that when I said something, I had to follow through with it, and I think that's a lot of the problem. Whatever way you decide to parent, it's your kid. Just don't beat your kid. You know, I mean,
Right.
a spanking and a beating are 2 different things. You know, come on now.
I'm looking. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, hold on 1 second. I want to say this real fast. So we have a poll up, and it says, do you believe in corporal punishment? So I'm thinking some people don't really know. So anyhow, this is what it says, like the Wikipedia, when you look this up, it says here, not to be confused with capital punishment. It's a corporal punishment is a physical punishment, is a punishment which is intended to cause physical pain to a person, which it is inflicted on minors, especially at home or school settings. Its methods may include spanking or paddling. When it is inflicted on adults, it may be inflicted on prisoners or, you know, things like that, you know, that kind of stuff. But basically it's, you know, like spankings or paddlings.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I would be in a store and I could I didn't have to spank my child, but I not grab her arm, but I could just, like her upper arm, just kind of put my hand on it and kind of press down my thumb. And I was like, girl, don't do it. And did it cause her pain? You know, it was uncomfortable. So, I mean, and it's age specific, you know. You know, it's also age specific and it's kid specific. So I don't know. I think it's just, but you know, I've never popped my kid in the mouth. You know, I mean, you know, all that. I mean, that's different, but that's a different generation.
And listen, I'm not saying that my mother was right by any means, and I don't agree with the way that she did things, because I do believe a lot of it was acting out of anger and malice, especially the way it happened. Now, I know that, and because I know that, and because I also have that part of my mother in me, that is why I've made a conscious effort that, like, I really don't even throw punches. I used to when I drank, but and I mean, I was known just to walk up and just fucking waylay. Um, how I never got arrested, probably because I got the fuck out after I did what I did. Um, and I also learned a hard lesson that you don't lay hands, you don't hit unless you expect
Mm-hmm.
to be hit. And so I don't do it. I know that about myself because at
Mm-hmm.
some point, if I did, I'm probably going to release 40 years of anger, and that's not going to be good for any of us.
Right.
Right. There was a comment that was sitting up here for a little while. It's gone now, but it asked about spanking or disciplining a disabled child. I can't imagine anybody disciplining a disabled child. Again, maybe taking away electronics or saying maybe an early bedtime or whatever. But that's a big difference in where I'm looking at it from if you have a disabled child of any kind versus I hate the word normal, but a normal child. I just
Well,
don't see them doing that.
yeah,
I wouldn't do it. I mean,
I think also a lot of people got mad at Chris because he said, yeah, he spanked Sebastian, and I think that put a lot of people with bad taste in their mouth with Chris initially, and
So
you
here
know,
we changed it. Okay, so here it is. So do you believe in corporal punishment, spanking, or paddling? That's what it is. Like like as in, do you believe in spanking or paddling? Like your child. Do you believe in corporal punishment? Do you like that's? I want to know. Like this is an anonymous. It's an anonymous poll. No one knows how you vote. No one will know how you vote. I just
yeah,
want an honest answer. I want to know how y'all feel. I want an honest answer.
yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, I
I
would
do
say
too.
I would say I'm against the concept of physical discipline
Well,
because
some
you're
people
only
will be
teaching.
and some people won't be. That's the
Well, let
thing.
me
There's
explain
people
my
who
point.
have kids
Let me explain
and
my point.
well, I understand that, but there's people who have children who
But I have a
feel
point
differently,
to
and
make.
people who don't that feel differently. Like there's a whole
Yeah.
lot of
Well,
there's a broad spectrum of all of us here. So
I didn't even start a sentence. Okay.
go ahead. I'm Cole. Do you want to finish B10 before I bring Crystal up here?
Yeah, that's fine. I just wanted to say, never mind. I forgot my thought. Forget it.
Cold case, Crystal, you're up here. You're up here, baby. You ain't got to be on camera. You're up here. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay.
I
How
was
are you?
just going to say, I'm doing all right. How you doing, Queen? I was
Good.
going to say, I growed up in a time where spanking was very common. I learned the process of elimination, standing in front of a tree that I was going to pick the limb I was going to get whipped with. Do I believe in uh, spanking kids? No, absolutely not. I think it does teach them the lie. They're going to do anything they can to keep from getting that spanking, and it's not effective. Did it kill us? No. Now, on another note, I think a lot of parents do a lot more damage with their mouth. I think you
Yes,
should
I was just
talk
gonna
to a
say
kid,
that.
not at one.
Yep.
Yes, I
True. That's
agree.
very true.
Yep. Everybody talks about physical abuse, but emotional abuse, I've said it before.
But
I'd rather
now,
have a slap
no, I
on the
don't believe
face.
in.
Yeah, sometimes I'd rather have a slap on the face, slap across the face, that sting goes away. But sometimes that emotional abuse, even as an adult, um, you carry that more.
I have
You know
deeper
what I mean?
scars from the emotional abuse than I
Yeah,
do from the physical.
me too.
Well,
Me too, Jesus.
yeah, it could be. It could be. I think sometimes it can be even worse.
Yeah, it definitely was. So, you know, but I totally agree with what you just said. You know, I totally 100%. That's why I said if you use your words. But let me ask you. Okay, so I was a child that had to go pick the switch too. Was it work? Do you remember actually having to pick the switch and contemplating over which switch to get, or do you remember more the actual getting a spanking with the switch? I remember having to go pick it.
Oh, the
That was more stressful.
I Yeah, I mean, you look at it, like I said, I learned the process of elimination. If I get that one, it's going to break. I'm going to have to come
Right.
back and get another one. That one might
Right.
peel the hide off my hind end. I mean, I can remember the dilemma standing in front of the tree more than I can the
That's
whipping.
that it see, and and I think that's where people kind of, I know I can hear your accent. We're from the South, girl. I get it.
Oh, yeah.
But it was more. I learned a bigger lesson from having to go pick that switch, and sometimes it took me so long to pick a switch that it didn't even get used on me because they forgot. I mean, seriously, but it was more. I never forgot that certain lesson. I'm just saying.
But that's
Hey, us
psychological
northern
trauma.
It
That
us
is
is
northern girls got spankings too, Roro.
with the switch. You have to go pick your switch.
Yeah, I
And I
didn't
had
have
a
to, but I know friends who did.
and I had a little, and I never used it. I don't even know why it became a thing, but I had like a little bamboo like sauce spoon, like a small little bamboo wooden spoon, and I carried it in my purse when we go to a restaurant, and I never had to use it. I never used it. I don't even know why it became a thing. And we start acting up. I didn't say a word. I just laid it on the table. Didn't have to say a word. Didn't have just. It was like, just don't. But I never used it. I was just like,
That's
and my
because they
daughter
knew you
loves
would.
me. Yeah, but I don't know where that even came from.
That's what I always told my kids. I didn't have to spank you. You knew I would.
Exactly. And okay, so my sister, look, she was like totally no spanking, no slapping the hand, no nothing, right? But then she would put Elmo, my nephew's favorite baby, she'd put it in the freezer. Well, damn. You know,
damn.
how freaking weird is that? I'm
Oh,
like, yeah.
fuck.
And he would sit outside the refrigerator and cry. And I was like, what are you doing? And she's like, well, he did such, or he didn't do such. And I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, oh, pop him on the butt one time or whatever. But damn, you put Elmo in the freezer, and then what do you teach me? You can crawl in a freezer. I mean, it's all just we all learn and grow and we evolve, and that's the way I look at it. That's just me.
Now, I think a lot of people, have you seen those parents that, yes, they may take a phone, but they say they're going to take the phone 100 times before the phone
That's
gets took?
Yep, that's what I'm saying. You got to follow through. If you say you do that one more time, and I'm going to take your phone, if you do that one more time, trust and believe, my daughter knew that I was going to take that phone because I took that phone. It became a whole lot easier as a teenager, man. Their electronics, it was great. And that was my daughter's older. But it's when, cell phones first came out, it was a flip phone, come on now.
Well, now, I will say this. I remember a time, because for the majority of me growing up, my grandmother would watch us. There was 4 of us, but would watch us while my mom and dad worked. There was a short period of time where my grandmother wasn't able to do that. She had a hip replacement. So one of my aunts watched us, and her mouth, I'll never forget it. She never did spank us, but like if you spilt something, she'd be like, "Are you stupid or something?" And to this day, I would rather you call me anything in the world, but do not call me stupid.
That's the
To
psychological
me,
impact. That's the scar that you carry from that trauma.
yes, I mean, and I'll be honest with you, I was maybe 5 years old. I'm 45 now. And that aunt passed away a couple years ago. Now, I hated to see her go, but I won't say that I sat and mourned, because I remember her mistreating us.
Girl, I got one. This is going to make me sound petty as all fuck. And you guys will, yeah, this is a true story. So when my parents got divorced when I was 7, my dad got me a Timex watch when my mom's youngest sister went into labor with a child, my Timex watch got used and it never got given back to me. And I always held it as a grudge. And a few years ago, that same aunt went to go take a step, tripped over a cat, and broke both legs. And when I found out about it, my first response to my grandmother was, "Well, I bet she won't. I bet she wishes she wouldn't have. She would have returned the Timex watch because there's her karma right there." So yes, petty. Yep, I get it. And that aunt was just a fucking mean woman. She's still to this day a mean fucking woman. And I'm like, one of the best things I ever did was cut all contact with that person.
Y'all know that movie A Christmas Story with Ralphie. Y'all know that story, that
the leg lamp.
Yeah, the leg lamp. Yeah. Well, he gets soap put in his mouth and everything, and he lays in bed, and he's like, I'm gonna go blind and show my parents. I mean, I did that stuff. I was like, one day, such and such going, and you're gonna be sorry. And it's like kids just think that way. It's just, I don't know. We had to go to a family reunion with my husband's family, and I had to make potato salad. My potato salad sucks anyway. And I, as we're walking out the door, I'm talking about a huge, huge Tupperware bowl of potato salad. I dropped it. Potato salad was on my ceiling. It was on my cabinets. It was everywhere. Okay. My 3-year-old daughter heard all the words. Did. So we get to so we had to go by Kroger, buy, $50 worth of potato salad, and take it to the thing. Well, we're sitting there at this picnic table, and she drops her napkin, drops something. And yeah, she lets out with a, "Well, damn it." Yep. Everybody just looks at me, and I'm like, and I was like, let's not say those words. I said, "Mommy shouldn't have said those words, but let's not say them." Did I whack her? No. Did I belittle her in front of people? No. Was it my fault that I said those words? Yes. Am I human? Yes. So what? So what? But I told her, I said, "Don't say that word again," but, and I have, I used to be a redhead. Now I dye my hair because, all the things, got to go a little blonde, but with the gray. But I mean, I'm a redhead. My daughter was a redhead. Now she's naturally blonde. But 2 redheads, oh yeah, girl. And teenagers, oh my God, oh my God. Uh, the world was coming to an end because I said, "Hey, can you go pick up your tennis shoes and put them in your room?" "I swear I have to do everything." I'm like,
Right.
okay.
Cinderella.
Yeah, okay, girl. Okay, honey. Okay. Well, when you go in there, and I used to tell my daughter when she was young, I said, "It is perfectly fine to be mad. You can be mad, baby. It is fine. That's a normal thing to be mad. You can be mad at me. It's fine. I understand that. Go be mad in your room. Don't hurt yourself and don't hurt anything in your room or tear up your toys or anything or your bedroom. But go be mad. It's okay." And within 5-10 minutes, she'd come out and be like, but it's like I gave her permission to just be mad. Kids are gonna be mad at you, and it's okay. They love you, but it's okay. Just don't hurt yourself and don't hurt your stuff. But go sit there and be mad. It's okay. Be mad.
Now my
Ain't gonna be
son
the
is
first.
20. He's 23 now, but when he was 8, he wanted to go to it. I was always that parent that I had to know the parents. If you're going to a party, I have to know who it is. And he wanted to go to a birthday party. I didn't know these people, and I told him, "You're not going because I don't know them." He gets mad and goes into his room, tries to lock me out of his room. He's on the phone. Me and his dad was divorced. I can hear him on the phone telling his dad all about it. I was the worst person in the world. And every time I'd asked him to do something, I'm playing my game that day. And normally he was not like that. Honey, I unplugged the internet and I took the door off his room. Because the door is a privilege and the internet is too. And he'll tell you till today, "Mama, take the internet. Don't question her. She will take the internet." I don't care a bit too.
Yep.
Well, I mean, I think that also teaches that teaches the difference between privileges and basic rights. Internet is not, all these things are privileges that you earn by being a good person, right?
Well, and I mean, like when my daughter started to drive, man, that was heaven. Because look, it don't say in the Constitution that show me in the Constitution where it says you deserve a driver's license. Now, girl, nope. I take them keys. Sure would. Yep, you ain't where you're supposed to be. Give me them keys. You know. Yep. It gets easier as they get older. Okay. Well, I'm gonna hop off, y'all. I'm about to go have dinner with my husband. I got a new dress on. I'm just saying, snap, snap.
Go ahead, girl.
I'm look, and I got some new shoes on. I am looking too cute. I had to take my picture and put it in Discord, baby. I am looking hot, honey. I'm just saying. So,
Queen, can I specify
Have
something? I
fun.
took the door off his room because he locked me out of his room. I pay for this house up in here. I pay for that door. If you're going to lock me out, I'll take that door. Now, did I keep his door off?
Right.
For about a week, yeah. And then I gave it back. But you know what he never did again? He didn't lock me out of his room. When I'm needing to talk to my kid, they are not going to lock me out of their room. I'm sorry. Somebody in the chat said taking a door is too far. It's a privilege.
I don't think that's too far. I'm sorry, that's a privilege. Privacy is a privilege when you, and it's a privilege. It's you are responsible for them ultimately. If they are
But Queen, I
behaving
thank you for letting me up here. Great conversation y'all are having. Keep up what y'all are doing.
Bye. No, I don't think either what side you're on. You're never you all have to agree to disagree because nobody's ever going to be on the same page about spanking.
I agree to that.
And I'm pro spanking, but not abuse. If it's my kids had to do something really bad for me to spank them. I mean, like Roro was saying, like running out in the street, touching the electrical outlet, something that was really going to kill them, you know. Otherwise, I didn't really spank them. And when I say spank, I'm like touch an electrical outlet. I slap their hand, not very hard, but I just to give them a little tap on their hand so they knew that just like a pay attention, you know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can earn it right. You can earn if it's a privilege, then if you adjust your behavior, you can earn that back, right? That's all part of it. Also teaches a kid like reasoning, logic skills. It teaches them risk and reward. Again, these are all my perspective. I don't have kids. I did not want that. That it didn't work for me. That's not anyway. It doesn't mean that I haven't played a part in helping with many children over the years, from my own siblings to, and I mean, I grew up in a house where it was teeny tiny and there were 4 kids and 1 bathroom, 6 people in a 2-bedroom house.
Yeah.
My bedroom was the pull-out sofa.
Mm-hmm.
Is what it is.
Things were done a lot differently back then.
God, absolutely. Absolutely. Life was, and you know, my parents did the best they could with what they had. They were
Right.
young.
Right.
They were very young. I mean, my mom was 15, my dad was 21. My dad was in the Navy. Like, it was a random encounter. He came home and on a leave and married my mom. I mean, I didn't get to meet my dad till I was like 3. So it is what it is. Life was completely different back then. And they had something different that my grandparents did. My grandparents were together from the time they were 15 and 17.
Yeah.
Life was just different for people back then.
Mm-hmm.
I also think that parents have, like, it used to be like pre-internet stuff, or before the internet took a huge foothold. In my opinion, it was you had till the age of 12 before social pressures took over. Now your kids are raised with the interwebs.
Oh
And
my
so
God, I am.
you have
Go
social
ahead.
pressures all the way across the board, right?
I am so glad that there weren't camera phones back when I was a kid in school.
Polaroids. I got me Polaroid pictures, and there's some of them. They're in the okay. So if I die tomorrow, there's one person that's instructed to go through, and they know where everything's located that needs to be pulled and burned.
That's no fun.
Oh no, like trust me, I don't need anybody finding the rest. I don't need anybody finding some of that shit. Nope. I was at one point old enough to know better, but still too young to care.
Yeah, we were all kids. We all do kid things when we were kids, you know. Just like dogs, they do dog things, you know.
Well, I came back. I see everybody's gone. Shit, B. Tim left us. Peggy left us. Roro left us. I heard she had her dress on though, and she was heading out. So
yeah.
You said earlier there was something else that we were going to cover after all of this. I don't remember what it was. So I failed at my job to remember the thing.
Way to go.
I just remember Queen saying, no, we're going to deal with that later. We're talking about this now. I don't remember what that thing was, and I don't remember where I was at. I thought I was at the washing machine, so I'm still standing here by the washer trying to remember if I can remember it.
God voices, you had one job. Just kidding.
I know, I suck today. Oh, Butterhead and GW. Thank you. Chat, had my back, cheesy. Look at them. Here they come in clutch.
oh, Granny's watching and Brittany is what it was. Should I start a new live or go over on the Hive for that?
Listen, it's going to be whatever you want to do. I am here for everything.
Let's go on. We'll go on. You know what? We'll go on and go over to the Hive for that. We'll go over there.
I told you, I got in trouble today, so I'm not allowed to go out and touch grass. So you're stuck with me. So if you happen to end a live and don't have another one, I may go out and be forced to touch grass. Which may require bail.
We'll go over to the Hive and talk about it.
Okay.
All right.
All right, y'all. I'll catch y'all on the flip side. I'll see y'all over there.
Thanks for having me. Bye.